Hey everybody, it is Saturday night. It's that time again, and we're going to have the Jamboree. We can have high tea and jamboree. And it's
And
so
I
yeah,
have the tea.
you have tea. It's fitting that we have an Englishman here for high tea and jam. Um, I don't know how many in the audience know what a cream tea is. I know you do. Um,
It's very
so
delicious.
yeah, I've had that a few times. Actually, my favorite was we had actually gone to Tintagel Castle, realized how far out I had to walk, realized I couldn't make that walk, so we just found a tea shop and had high tea and jam, and that was it. But we had a good
That's not
time.
blaming.
Um, and yeah, so Raven, you wanna say anything?
Hi.
Yeah, I don't know how many people are on yet. It'll probably be a few minutes, but
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody. It says 3 watching, and I know one of them is me.
I've got a chat open, so
yeah, I am not, because actually, that's one thing that I don't understand why the guests don't have the chat window. Like you can see it, but you can't type. If in StreamYard, it's so ridiculous that you actually have to go and watch the stream in order to be able to do it. Where the host I can do everything right from here.
what makes it doubly senseless is the fact that, well, certainly my StreamYard, I'm logged into, so it knows who I am. So it's already got that tie to YouTube. So for all intents and purposes, I'm also logged into YouTube. So what's your
Right,
problem?
right. Yeah, I mean,
it's weird. The whole thing is weird.
But yeah, whatever. It is what it is.
I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, I still, for that reason, well, I guess it was still a problem with Google Plus, the Google Hangouts as well. That you had your private chat, but you couldn't. You had to have the stream open in order to be able to be in the open chat. And see, that made no sense either, because with Google, like you said, you're already totally signed in. It wasn't like you're using a third party anything. You're using Google's stuff, and they knew who you were. So why you couldn't just type as yourself, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, even this being a third-party platform, I've got it tied to my YouTube, so if I ever use it to stream something, it just goes straight to my channel, same as this goes to the TBC channel.
Right.
When they designed the platform, they didn't ask us. So
That's true.
But it's a pain, because then you don't know, like you don't have a real estimate of how many are watching, because you said you two are watching it, so you're two of the watchers and you're a part of it, which means there's one person out there. Hi, one person, identify yourself if you would.
And they're not saying anything.
Yeah, they're just
they left. There's 2 watching now, so whoever it was, we scared them away.
Well, I am pretty scary, so I can understand that.
You scare me sometimes, Joe.
I scare me. Yeah, I couldn't host last week. I was in Dallas at the time. I spent the week in Amarillo and gathering.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you were Star Trekking, weren't you?
Yeah, and then Saturday night I was with Aaron Ra and his wife. We ended up going out to a seafood restaurant that does, like, you pick what seafood you want and they steam it and it comes out in like a plastic thing, and you have whatever sauce you want. And so, like, I had snow crabs and crawfish and shrimp, and of course it was with Aaron, so everything we got the spiciest that they had. I was going to get one notch down, and he peer pressured me into getting the spiciest, which it actually wasn't too bad. Well within my limit, but
gotta love that peer pressure.
Yeah, I bowed to peer pressure. But I mean, he's I mean, I can take some pretty hot spice, but he's even more like crazy stupid amount. Although we went to a few years back, we went to a place in New York City called Brick Lane, and which is, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm sure Brian knows this. It's an homage. There's a there's a street in London called Brick Lane, which is like that's like Curry Row. That's like the famous place where all the best Indian restaurants are. Supposedly best Indian restaurants in London are.
Fun fact: Brick Lane is also where the Great Fire of London started.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And
I used to know what number. It was a bakery.
and then but yeah, they so the place in New York City, they have this curry called Fall, which if anyone knows, Vindaloo is generally considered like one of the hottest Indian curries. Well, Fall makes Vindaloo seem like like korma, like real mild. It's like kind of like battery acid and flamethrower.
That sounds a bundle of fun.
yeah, and and Aaron got a taste of it, and that was too much for him. So we finally found something that was too much for Aaron.
Surprising.
So I've been kind of out of it. Raven, I know you know this, but the rest of the group, and I don't know who else is out there, but my week kind of got abbreviated because my dog Molly, who some of you have seen in streams, I've picked her up sometimes. She's been like her breathing has been kind of shallow and fast of late, and I noticed it before I went away. And so Thursday, I got up and she was coughing a lot, and she was she was wheezing, and so I took her to the vet, and they did an X-ray, and apparently she's got cancer. It didn't. Now there's no sign of a primary node, so it didn't start in the lung. It started somewhere else and spread to the lungs. And they said her lung capacity is greatly diminished, so she doesn't have a lot of time left. Although for a dying dog, she's doing extremely well. She's still jumping around and being crazy, but that's not going to last.
Do they have any way of tracing to the primary?
My guess is she had a tumor in her mouth that got removed in February.
I think that might have been it.
It may have been related to that. The thing is, they apparently didn't do a whole body X-ray because it was oral. So they might have, if they had done it back then, they might have been able to treat it, but it spread so far. They said that there's really, like, they could try, but chances are the treatment would not be successful, and it would be very traumatic for her.
For her.
So we said, we won't. But it was very heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And,
well, that sucks, Joe.
Yeah, and it was hard. I mean, like I had dropped her off, and I stopped at the store, and by the time I got home, the vet called, and I was sitting parked out in front of our house. And when she told me, and I was just so distraught, I was just caterwauling is probably the best way to describe it. I was really, really upset because it was, and that's you just feel so helpless because there's nothing you can do. So all we're gonna do is keep her comfortable and spoil the hell out of her for as long as we can until, if at some point it's gonna get, like she's not suffering right now. But at some point, it's going to get unpleasant for her to try to breathe, and then we'll call the same service in that we use when we had to say goodbye to Blitzen. But the thing that really hurt about it too is that we obviously I was still reeling over Blitzen, and the thing was that I kept saying to Suzanne that I really felt like Molly was going to live a long time because she, other than having the kid, she showed no sign of aging. She's not getting any whiteness around any of the spots dogs usually do when they start aging. She still runs around like a puppy. She still plays with toys. We did Bark Box Wednesday, and we get a Bark Box delivery every. And she was going crazy for the toys. She still plays with toys like she's a puppy. And I really thought, she's been so healthy the whole time that I really figured, she was going to go, 15, 16, maybe 17 years. But obviously now that's not going to be the case. So that's a bit depressing, and I'm just trying to soldier on as best I can. It's hard because you just don't know. She could last a day, she could last a week. She on the outside maybe last a month, but you just don't know. So we kind of canceled all of our plans to do anything, and we're just gonna be at home as much as possible, and at least one at least one of us will be here at all times with her, just in case.
Well, speaking of spoiling small animals, I told you to before we went live, but hi Bernie Bro 24, who's joined
Yeah,
us in the chat room.
yeah, keep talking.
I had a fairly significant week last week. I met my grandson for the first time, and yeah, we spent the week with my son, and yeah, 3 generations. Um, Absolutely fabulous. Fell in love instantly and irrevocably. And yeah, given that he's 18 months old, surprising bonding chemistry between um, the 3 generations. It's almost like he can smell his father on me. It's that visceral. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
So yeah, that was an incredible week that we've just had, and I'm still kind of recovering from it because not getting any younger, almost 60.
Congratulations.
So yeah, that was
I'm probably
a
never
good
going to
week.
be a grandparent. My 2 oldest kids have no interest.
Neither did I until I hit 30. So you never know.
Yeah, I've got 2 step grandkids. My wife's number one son has 2 kids. Actually, that's where she went earlier this week. Was to go down and see the grandkids because their birthdays are around now. They're like born within like 4 years apart, but within like 2 weeks of each other as far as the date. So so she went down to see them. And the one he's 8 or 9, and he's like brilliant at chess, and he's like probably gonna if he keeps it up, he'll end up probably being like on the like the national or international chess circuit because he's that good.
Cool.
He's beating like adults at like skilled adults at age like 9.
Cool. Well, one of the fascinating things that we did with him was we took him to a little place called Noah's Ark Zoo. And yes, it is run by a fairly religious couple. But the difference between our Noah's Ark and yours, whereas yours is a museum of lies made out of papier-mâché, this one has real animals and deals in fact. And it was a wonderful day. I got a little bit of heat stroke, I think, because I had a bit of a funny turn the following day. But yeah, so there you go. Thanks, COVID, for keeping me in for the last 2 years.
Yeah, sounds like a fun place.
Yeah, it was. It was a great day out and expensive, but it's something we're going to have to do again because realistically, I guess we only managed to do about half of it. But yeah, it was good. It really was good.
Very
Learned
cool.
a few things. Learned a few things as well,
Such as
like such as camels. Although they will eat just about anything, they love willow. Same as tapirs, they love willow. Elephants as well. Did you know that an elephant's lifespan is dictated by when its teeth run out?
I did not know that.
No, neither did I. It
Makes
has, I think
sense.
it was six sets of teeth over its lifetime. And when the last one falls out, that's it. It can no longer eat. It's got no crushing surfaces there, so it just starves and dies.
Wow. Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, that was a bit of an eye opener, that one.
I wish we had more than 2 sets because I can deal with all the gaps in my face.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a few of that. Oh, another thing that we learned as well. Did you know that you can hear gibbons calling to each other from over 3 miles away?
Probably it makes sense because they do kind of a low frequency droning, and that actually travels further.
Yeah, well, it's more the howls. The
Oh,
howls are very, very resonant.
hmm.
Very resonant.
Interesting.
And yeah, they make an awful lot of noise when they're copying kids at play, which was actually quite fascinating to watch.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys have been following any of the items in the news this week. One of the ones that just happened in the last couple of days. What is the name of that track and field athlete who they're banning her from because of marijuana?
Yeah, I can't. I don't know her name. I don't remember. I know she's like the fastest woman in the country, though. I mean, she's just phenomenal speed, and yeah.
Well, it has to be acknowledged that marijuana is famed for making people jump up off the couch and sprint like a maniac. So yeah,
like
that makes sense.
As Eddie Izzard says, that performance-enhancing drug that helps you come in last. You're gonna race
Exactly.
5,000 people who are all dead.
Exactly.
I commented on a stream earlier today that if you can smoke pot regularly and win a race, you should get an extra medal, because how the hell did you do that? I mean, if anything, it's a handicap, because it's definitely. I mean, it's so. I mean, and what bothers me, there's a lot of people that are defending it because they're like, "Oh, well, rules are rules." I'm like, that you could that could be anything. It's like, yeah, slavery was legal once too, so that's a stupid. It's fallacious reasoning.
Yeah, I think they should. I think they should get an honorary mention in Strange and Unexplained.
Yeah. I mean,
or whatever that publication's called.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So it's a rule, but like, why is it a rule? No one's, I guess the people that are excusing it are not looking at, well, why is this a rule? And
I mean, it's the drug is now legal in more than 19 states, 19 plus states.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's not performance enhancing. It doesn't make any sense.
Here's a question: do they test for caffeine, because that's a performance enhancing drug?
They do not.
Yeah.
So yeah. Well, and the thing is, Tracy, I was chatting with Tracy Harris earlier, and her assertion, and I agree, is that it's kind of racist. I mean, the reason why pot is illegal in the U.S. in the first place, it comes down to a lot of racism. And I know it's, yes, the Olympic Committee, but as we all know, Britain's at least as racist as the United States, and it does a better job.
Well, it is these days.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I mean, and of course, I'm going to touch on the gender issue, but there's also the women that are being told that they can't compete, they can't be Olympians because they have too much testosterone in their system, and they're cisgendered women. They're basically being told that they're not enough to be in female sports. They're not categorized as female as far as the Olympics. It's so ridiculous and bizarre. And it's like the bigotry about like trans people. And by the way, they're all black women too, by the way. But bigotry about in sports and having to, crank down on, widespread threat. Now they're discriminating against women. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was bad enough when they were attacking trans women, and even now they're going after cis women who just happen to be too good. And I'm reminded of what was it, Damon Wayans, when he was talking about O.J. Simpson. Because look, O.J. Simpson killed his wife. We know this, but his thing was when they did the civil suit after the legal thing, the criminal trial failed to get him. Then there was the civil trial. And he was like, I won't use the exact word that he did, but he's like, well, what Negro rule is this? It's like, well, we couldn't get him this way. We got to get him another way. But yeah, it's crazy that they're just gonna just making shit up. Oh, wonder you have too much testosterone. Well, the thing is that, I mean, do we ever check male athletes to see if they have too much testosterone. Oh, you're just too good for everybody. We don't ever fucking do that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, if their limit, for cisgendered women and their testosterone levels, is there a limit for men? I mean, at what point does too much testosterone become an unfair advantage? Is their hair getting tangled up in their body hair getting tangled up in the other runners or something?
Well, I believe testosterone is involved in muscle mass.
To a
So
degree, and aggressiveness, but the thing is, the people that do this shit, it's the same thing that when people go after trans women, this idea like testosterone is a magic pill that just makes you super great at everything. And given the number of sad sack piece of shit guys out there, I would argue that testosterone is not quite as magical as people want to make out to be. I mean, look at Kira.
No. From my perspective, it's poison. So
yeah, well, to try and keep it in some sort of context. I mean, if they're now turning their attentions to cis women, that kind of makes a laughing stock of the whole process, really, because the whole point is to try and keep these things for women. So if you're discounting and excluding women based on whatever, then you're really doing a disservice to the very people that you set out to protect.
Oh, exactly.
I'm right.
I mean, like,
it doesn't make a whole lot of sense because, yeah, exactly for that reason. They're saying trans women, if their testosterone level is above a certain amount, they've got that advantage because they were born male, and therefore they can't compete unless they can get their testosterone level down. But if you're a cisgendered woman and you just naturally have a high testosterone level, that's not a male advantage. That's a birth advantage as a woman. Just the same
Just as long legs would be.
if she was tall and she was in track, she's gonna have longer legs and she's gonna have an advantage there too. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it just makes no sense. It makes of the entire system, and it makes a laughing stock of the entire purpose of checking testosterone levels to begin with, which was to protect cisgendered women.
Yeah, and to be fair, if you spend 5 years training, you're going to have an advantage over somebody who just come in straight off the bus. So, I mean, where do we stop?
Yeah. So it's really insulting. And like I said, my guess is that it's not. I don't think it's an accident that all the women involved are black, every single one of them, and it's just a way to well, what? Not enough white people are winning. We got to stop black women.
Didn't Michael Phelps, wasn't he allowed to swim after he got caught with marijuana?
Yes.
So, I mean, why is there a double standard? So it's a black woman. Is that the difference? Should she have to run in a swimming pool in order to be able to compete? I mean, I don't understand what the difference is.
And she probably still kick half of their asses anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I saw her. I didn't watch the entire. I saw the end when she ran up to her mother and gave her a big hug. Who was sitting in the stands. She could run. I mean, she might have been on pot the day before or 2 days before. But she can run. So let her run.
Yeah. I like my description better.
Speaking of the news,
although both are accurate, both statements were accurate.
Yes, yeah. Two things can be true at once, Joe.
This is true.
Speaking of the news, thoughts and reaction to the news that I had this week that the Trump organization and CFO are essentially now pending trial and litigation, obviously, but essentially criminal now.
It's my opinion, a little meaningless. Unless it can come up with some really severe charges against Weisselberg, it's not going to get very far. They're hoping to get him to flip on the Donald. What they have so far isn't going to do it because they can like threaten all they want and press charges, but they still have to win. That's number one.
What do you think
Um,
it'll take to get him to flip then, in your opinion?
it would have to be some serious time he's looking at, and for what they got right so far, that's not serious time.
Well, you got to remember though. I mean, we're talking about like an accountant. They're not really good at serving time.
He's been with that family though for so long. He has all kinds of secrets. I mean, he worked for the father. I mean, that's a mafia style operation. They communicated through FedEx, so there was nothing to trace anything. So I mean, he knows everything, and he ain't saying a word because he knows that they can't prove anything to the extent that's going to give him any serious time. So I don't think he's all that scared. I don't think he's worried about it. And he ain't saying a word unless they come up with something really good.
Well, I guess it remains to be seen. I mean, I think that I don't think they would have moved when they did, and because obviously, it took a while. It took obviously several months before they actually moved on it. So I think there may be more to it than we're aware of. But
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that because I mean they can have overriding indictments and everything else. They have all kinds of stuff that they could do that they might have sitting waiting, and it's just like so are you going to talk? No. Well, there's this.
Well,
now you're going to talk.
Well, here's the other thing too, though, is also now that they have this indictment, it makes it easier to get more follow-on warrants to look for more stuff. So it's like it was kind of like the beachhead, right? So you basically had it's like Normandy. So we landed on the beaches, and now once we're there, now you can move inland. So I mean, I hope that Trump did what? Oh, what we suspect is quite a lot, but all right, at this point we have to wait and see if the prosecutors can gather enough evidence to actually prove it. But
at this point in time, it seems to be a little bit of an Al Capone situation. It's like, okay, well, we'll get you on taxes as a starter for 10, and we'll see what else we can do. Oh, okay, well, we'll get you on the taxes then.
Yeah.
But there was some interesting language, and I think there's 15 counts, I believe it is, that he's been indicted for. But there's some interesting wording similar to what I believe was in the Mueller report. The Mueller report referred to individual one, and this indictment refers to unindicted conspirator one.
Co-conspirator. Yeah, but they're not talking about Donald though.
Who do you think
There's
they're
like a
talking
list of
about with
other
that?
executives. There's a list of other executives that are much more likely than the Donald. I don't think.
Such as
they're
who,
gonna
given that it's
hard
such a
time.
tight family company?
Right, and I mean it could be Ivanka or Don Jr. But there's some other guy. I don't remember his name. He's not somebody that we've heard of a lot, but he's basically like the number 2 to Weisselberg. And it's very likely that it's him. And it would make sense if they want to eventually, indict him.
Are you talking about this calamari guy?
No, it's another guy. There's calamari. There's a father and son, the calamari family, which just sounds so ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the
I
other
hear
guy.
that name and I just see tentacles.
The other guy is Pulpo, who is even more slippery. Pulpo is Raven got it. If you're not sure, Brian, Pulpo is that's the Italian name for octopus.
Okay, gotcha.
So calamari and Pulpo.
But the odds that it's Donald Trump himself is pretty slim. So it's going to take a lot to get him because he's very, very careful with his communications.
Yes, but he does them in the open. or
You
rather, he
need
did
to
when
be
he
able
was
to show.
president.
A Hunter Biden thing. Curious.
Oh,
You're
that's curious.
you're made. You're made.
No.
Yeah, it's got to be curious. Hunter Biden.
Oh, oh, is that okay? That's who Bernie
It's
Bro is.
amazing.
All right.
That's absolutely amazing.
Ah, that would explain the curiosity as to who Curious is.
Uh huh. There was that made me suspicious as it was, but yeah, that's this is you're really really bad at this, Curious. Um,
Just
it,
went completely over my head because we were talking about him, and it's like, oh, okay,
there
seemed
was
a natural question.
somebody. This was probably about 3 years ago now. There was somebody on Facebook that they were there was stuff they were saying, and after a while, I'm like, this is a Russian. This is a Russian agitator, and I said, "You're made, Ivan," and they just came back with a little smiley face. It's like, so yeah, you got me.
During the 2016 election, I actually got a notification from who was it? Google. Was it Google? Or was it Hotmail? I don't know. It was one of them saying that my computer, I had been hacked. I had been compromised by a foreign representatives of a foreign state or something like that. A whole bunch of people got those emails. People who are active in political circles and stuff.
Hmm,
And I was just like, oh shit.
interesting.
Mm,
Yeah,
Yeah,
there you go.
I suppose
There you
there's
go.
Yeah, there we
different.
go. There we go. You gave up the ghost.
Yeah.
I suppose there's different ways of fishing with a pH. I guess.
So if you know my first name, which has not been said in the stream, and you pretend to not know who Curious is, I know you're curious. You're really fucking dumb.
I'm not sure if I've used your name tonight. Actually,
You have,
I
and
might.
if you
I haven't.
behave, I'll let you stay. But I have a very itchy trigger finger, as you have found previously. So don't fuck around, and you can stay.
Fuck around and find out.
Yeah, yeah. Wish a motherfucker would, as Cedric the Entertainer said.
Oh well, who cares? Yeah, to be perfectly honest with you, Bernie, Curious, whoever you are, I really don't. Audience member is an audience member. We're still going to sit here and chew the fat and talk shit and just do what we do every Saturday.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
yeah.
not like this is anything other than a group of friends getting together and just chewing over the week's events.
Exactly.
So,
It's not like we're gonna have thousands of
no, it's not like we have elections hanging on the outcome of our discussions or anything.
which reminds me though, I was watching a stream earlier today, and it was kind of good because the person basically, I guess, Wendy Williams had kind of insulted some woman on for her video, and she did a clap back, and it was the sweetest clap back. It was the sweetest way to say, fuck off, stank bitch, that I've ever seen in my life. So what happened is this woman, she's a YouTuber, and apparently her and her husband have been together like 15 years, and he was working as a cop and basically letting her do her thing, and she's done well enough on YouTube that now she's got a big enough following that she actually is drawing a substantial income. So she told her husband, "Hey, well, now it's your turn. Stop being a cop. Stop putting yourself on the line of fire. You go do what you really want to do." And so Wendy Williams was like, apparently Wendy Williams got burned by some past love interest, in that way, and told the woman to, like, basically, don't do that because it's all going to turn out to be bad. And the response was pretty fucking epic. It really took a shot. And this woman's Christian, so she was like a Southern black Christian woman, and she just fucking eviscerated Wendy Williams, all while being sweet. It was one of the best things I've ever seen in my life.
Well, that's one of the things that I've found entertaining on the 10 plus years that I've been on this platform, is some of the creative ways in which insults have been delivered. And I've always taken the position that the best insult is the one that the recipient really has to think about to actually know that they've been insulted. And there's a real art to it.
Oh yeah.
There's a real art to it.
Yeah, because basically what she was saying, like, I hope, I'm effectively saying I'm sad that they, whoever hurt you, they hurt you really bad. That's really sad, and but I got something better, and basically it was like, putting her down was awesome. No, it wasn't unfair because I get to make the rules because I'm the host. So by my rules, you were gone. It can happen again. Keep pushing me. Keep fucking pushing me.
Yes, none your fucking business.
Paul is away. He will be back in a few weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was hoping to be here tonight, but obviously he hasn't made it.
I can tell you why, Green. So for anyone who's seeing what Green is saying, I forget the general's name, but he basically was talking to Matt Getz in Congress, and
Milley.
Yeah, General Milley. Thank you. So basically, what he was effectively saying is that because Green Berets have a particular standard that they're supposed to uphold, and he's basically kind of it was a very thinly veiled shot at Matt Getz's integrity, because that's basically letting him know that he was being very Green Beret like in the way he was approaching things. So it's one of those things that one as another Green Beret would get, like, hey, you're doing it wrong, effectively. And that was great because this idea that, like, somehow diverse ideas, and this was particularly about the critical race theory, and I love what the general said. He's like, I've read Karl Marx. I'm not a communist. You can read other right. And this is what gets me is the right wing, is they're the ones that they complain about cancel culture. They complain about political correctness, but they're the ones who actually want to silence ideas. And under law, they actually want to write legislation to prevent things from being taught. Well, that's way more censorship. That's literally the government telling you what you can and can't say.
I have a confession to make. I have a book in my cabinet called Inside the Third Reich.
And you're not a Nazi, are you?
No, I've also got the complete works of Sir Winston Churchill on another bookshelf. So,
Yeah. Paul is back in the UK visiting family.
Yeah. That's all that.
That's all it is.
Just yeah.
Curious.
And the thing is that basically, because it's such a hassle to travel to the UK right now, and for them to travel here, if you're going to go for a while, because it doesn't make sense to just go to go through all that headache to go for just a week or two.
Yeah, I mean, we had to jump through a few hoops just to go from one part of the country to the other. So
wow.
Yeah, not that many hoops, it has to be said, but
Yeah. He has the Necronomicon outside his bed. He's not a demon.
Yeah, that's well. I don't actually have. Yeah, I don't actually have that table anymore. I gave that to my son, along with my.
It was eaten by the Necronomicon.
along with my arcane powers.
Yeah.
Another current event.
Yep.
I believe the number is now 8. 8 Catholic churches have burned in Canada.
Do we know why?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Enlighten me.
The people are setting them on fire because they've now found 1,505 bodies of indigenous children at locations where there used to be the Catholic-run residential schools that the indigenous people were forced to attend.
Yes, I was just hearing about that today.
There's looking at estimates of 1 out of every 5 indigenous children, 1 out of every 5. being forced into those schools that never came home. 1 in 5.
Wow.
Right, and that's the thing, and if you want an example of cultural domination and appropriation and erasure. I mean, literally, they were basically forcing indigenous children to be Christian, specifically Catholic, to give up their ways, give up their language, give up their culture. And then people, these right wingers, and then they wonder why indigenous, like Black and brown people are like pissed off. It's like, because you fucking erased multiple cultures.
I really think that this is one of the clearest messages to the Catholic Church that they're not welcome in an area that I've ever seen. I mean, they've burnt 8 churches.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really seem to be, it doesn't seem like anybody's doing anything to stop them either. I mean, I think there's just so much disgust and animosity and about this issue that I really think that just a lot of people are just, do what you will.
Yeah. And the thing is, for the people that are saying, oh, this is horrible, I'm like, you know what? Yes, it's violence. That's a bad thing. But where the fuck were you when they were committing acts of violence against indigenous people? If you said nothing,
blissfully unaware, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a lot of people blissfully unaware. I mean, the Catholic Church, as modern governments have stripped so much power away from the church that they could never do those kinds of things today. They just couldn't.
Right.
I mean, not that it's not a bad thing, but the worst that the church can do now is move pedophile priests around from church to church to save them from getting locked up in prison. I mean, that's a bad thing, but it's a far cry from stuff that the Catholic Church used to get away with worldwide.
Although for the same reason, if victims of Catholic priests start burning down churches here, I won't stop them.
Well, there's also the reality of a lot of South America during the Spanish colonization of those parts of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, deliberate rounding up of entire villages and
Central America,
erasure.
Central America and South America.
Erasure.
Right, exactly. Central America and South America, being an American, I don't know a whole lot about those regions. But North America, I mean, and I posted on Facebook earlier that North America, the North American societies have been built on the blood and bones of children. It's a
well, I mean, if you think about it, it's not an unusual reality, because if you go back to the foundations of Europe, that was built on the blood and the sweat and the backs of children and poor people here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you can take that all the way back to the Romans.
And I was when I was on my trip, one of my friends, he's a Catholic, and he was kind of saying that, well, basically saying, yeah, this is like, effectively that's it. That was his message. It was like, well, that's just how, people are horrible to one another. So like, basically, like, get over it. I'm like, no.
Get over it is not the message.
No, you're right. And I know that's not what you're saying, but I mean, his thing was like, and I'm like, look, dude. And of course, he comes from a privileged background, and it's like, I didn't say too much because I just wanted to have a good week. I didn't want to get in an argument with him, but I felt like saying, I'm like, dude, like, he doesn't really know too much about his family heritage, mostly because his parents didn't really talk about it, and his family isn't close, but he could. He knows the village that his father's from. He knows the village that his mother's from. If he really gave a shit, he could go back and he could trace his ancestry back hundreds of years. I can't ever do that. I'll never, ever be able to do that because my ancestors, my DNA report says that we've been here for a while, for quite a long time. So for 200 years, the only mention my ancestors got was male age this, female age that. That's it. That's all we got. So like horses.
Yeah.
And so they literally wiped out whole cultures, and people are just fucking tired of it. The excuses have to stop. Yes, it's okay to be white, Curious. No one is saying otherwise.
Yeah, if anything,
My
what I
mother
was,
my mother is white, curious.
yeah,
So
if
is mine.
anything, what I was saying is that we white people are just as inclined to do it to ourselves as we are to other people. The only thing we need is to mark a distinction between the us group and the them group. And if the them group is considered chattel, it's job done already. And that's what the feudal
It's
system existed on.
I shared a post on Facebook the other day about people around the world that historically, lived a lifestyle that was not cis and or heteronormative. People that today would be considered trans. The word didn't exist back then. And it just went like, in the Americas there were two spirited people. In what's currently South America there was these people, and in Africa there were these people and then their names, and the Australian Aborigines, they had these people, and in all of these cultures these were very important people in their societies, and they were trans. I mean, that's the modern word that we would have for all of them would be that they were trans people. And what they all have in common is that they were basically the trans people, even if like the culture that they came from, that they were part of, still exists. The people themselves are mostly either gone or they're demonized, and the reason for all of them across the board was because white Europeans moved in. And as soon as the Europeans came in contact with these other cultures, the first people to go, like to disappear, were LGBT people.
Right.
I mean, it's
Well,
a
well, well, well,
European thing
well
across the
hell,
world.
even where it wasn't as severe in Hawaii, everyone's familiar with hula, right? But the thing is, hula was not a dance that women did to entertain people. Hula was part of their religious ritual. Men dance hula because men were their shaman. And then when Europeans came, they're like, well, we'll have none of that, because they wanted to get rid of the indigenous religion, and they turned it into a tourist thing, basically. But
Even Muslim cultures, they had no problem with LGBT people, and even it's kept in secret today, unless they have plenty of money and they don't care what people think. But I mean, they have this whole thing with like usually young boys, or very feminine young men, um, and I mean, it's the whole thing has been again demonized by European thought. Sorry.
yeah,
Can I just make a quick point, kind of in connection with what's been talked about in the chat room as well, as to whether or not we're better now than we were? Um, it's a very difficult question to answer, but a lot of the issues that we're seeing now, particularly a lot of the discrimination against people based on gender, and skin color and religion. Um, a lot of that is relatively new. If you look back at the world where it was in the 1960s, even, I say even, Muslim countries were a lot more progressive than they are now. You didn't have this insistent on hijab and women being dressed from head to toe in black all day, every day when they're out in public.
right.
You didn't see as much open discrimination against um, black, brown, and non-white peoples, and even towards white people. Yeah. The thing is now, with the advent of the internet, it's all come bubbling up to the surface. Everybody wants their say on the matter. Everybody thinks that their opinion is right because it's it's my lens on reality. And this is why we're getting all of these shouting matches at each other,
I'm
because
gonna
all the opinions are
well,
so
I'm gonna
toxic
push I'm
to
gonna
each
push
other.
back a little. I'm gonna push back a little
Please
when it
do.
comes when it comes to black and brown people. In the United States in particular, um, what you're saying doesn't really apply because that time period was actually the civil rights and black people
Fair point.
have, historically, black and brown people, but mostly black people have historically have had a very, very hard time in this country.
Fair point.
There's never been like a golden age,
Fair
of
point.
black history in this country. But I mean, there have been time periods where oppression or whatever was either not as out in the open or not as reported on, or may have possibly even eased up. Considering everybody didn't have a phone in their pocket, it's hard to say. A camera in their pocket. But
Absolutely.
but I mean,
and what I was going to go on to say is that one of the other things that has come to the fore, as a result of the internet, is the American viewpoint, and the American discussions are being had globally, and a lot of these problems are unique to the United States, particularly the race. I know you're not going to like this, Joe, but I'm going to say it anyway. Particularly a lot of the racism, because the United States is unique in the world insofar as former slaves and former owners of slaves being forced to live in close confinement en masse.
Right, but Brian, you need to talk more with black and brown people who live in the UK, because you're going to hear a very different response to what you just said.
Well, to be fair,
talk to some Indian or Pakistani people, and they're going to feel differently than what you just said. I'm sorry, Brian, but
what's funny.
It's skewed by the fact that you're not experiencing these things and you don't have these thoughts. But I'm sorry, it's flat out.
One thing.
But
that
here's
Brian,
the thing.
Brian,
Here's the
one
thing.
thing
Hang on, before you
Okay.
say anything, Revin. Yeah, okay. Just to give you, full disclosure here, I spent the majority of my 20s mixing exclusively with Jamaican immigrants in and around London. Okay, so yes, I do know the other side of the story. Yeah, I do know about Windrush. I do know a lot of the injustices and the manipulations that happened. But here's the thing. Those crisis points, of disruption were pressure points. They weren't reflective of the country as a whole. What I'm saying about America's unique situation here is that it is consistent across the majority of the nation.
Wrong. You're
so
just flat out wrong. You're just flat out wrong.
and
Okay.
that's allowed. That's allowed to happen.
Okay, I'm looking at it from a European perspective, not an American
I will
perspective.
say
So
that one thing that is like world famous is the discrimination against people of Pakistani or Indian descent in England. I mean, that's something that is globally known as being a massive problem in your country. Again, I'm American. We are far from innocent when it comes to this kind of a thing.
yeah,
but
and
England is.
we had an empire, so I'm in a similar position. Yeah,
So I mean,
about, the innocence.
if anybody,
So,
if you had said to me 15 years ago, right, the word "Paki," I would have no idea what that means. But I do now, because of the internet has pretty much shown the entire world that when it comes to Pakistani and Indian people, England is really, really awful.
yes,
really,
but
really awful.
again, you see, having lived it, my understanding of this
As a
country
white person.
as a white person, is different, from your experience of my country as a white person or as a black person,
Right.
and obviously the lens with which I view things
Right.
is colored by my experience.
That's my point.
And in my experience, this country as a whole is a lot and has been a lot more integrated, than the
But see, here's a problem, Brian. In
face
your
value
no, but Brian,
from the internet
Brian,
will give you.
I'm going to stop you right there. In your experience of how black and brown people live and how they're integrated is irrelevant because you are not them. That's what I'm trying to get to you. You don't see, you're never ever going to see it the way they do.
And it's kind of a case of when it comes to like racial relations and racist history, the United States sucks, but the UK sucks a little bit less, and it's kind of what it comes down to. And it may be true, but sucking a little bit less still sucks.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
agree,
well,
and I agree
here's
with
the
you.
thing,
But
no,
here's,
Brian, you've talked for like 20 minutes, man. I hardly get anything in here.
I've been interrupted for 15 of them, but okay.
Well, but because and remember, actually, I'm gonna push back on what Raven just said because okay, the U.S. problem with racism has been largely in the United States. Britain was around the world spreading racism and conquering people and destroying
Like I
indigenous
said,
people for centuries.
yes, and I had a first-hand, the first-hand experience of that.
The sun never sets on the British Empire.
Yeah, I know, and we'd given the vast majority of it away before I was fucking born, Joe. Thanks for holding me accountable for the sins of my fathers.
I'm not holding you. I'm holding your nation accountable. And the whole thing is that there's still fucking bigotry, dude. Ask people
Yeah,
around the
and
fucking world what they think of
my
Britain,
point,
and
and
you'll
my
find
point,
out what you don't want to fucking hear.
and my point, from my experience, is that the levels of bigotry in this country, yeah, amongst people that I know, has risen
Anecdotes.
in the last. Well, okay, fine, anecdotal. So is everybody's first-hand experience, Joe.
Right. But you're talking about if you look at the broader picture, which you don't seem to be able to do or willing to do.
Wow, thanks for just completely canceling every progressive thought that I ever had in my entire life,
Oh,
Joe.
fuck you, Brian.
Well, I mean, come on.
No, because you don't
Seriously.
want to listen, because you don't seem to understand. It's like, well,
Which
I have
is
an experience.
precisely,
You literally said, "You listen."
which is
That's what
precisely
I've
why I've let you
experienced.
interrupt me.
What you've experienced does not reflect what black and brown people in your country and around the world have experienced. I'm sorry, but that's just not the case. So I
And
agree.
am I trying to
I believe
split?
that you are accurately describing your own experiences. I also think that they're not relevant. On this issue. Other issues, maybe, but not on this issue. I don't believe it. I do not believe that your experiences are reflective of what I'm hearing from people within those communities in your country. So you can take that as you will. You can ignore it if you want to, which you seem to want to, or and learn from it. Or you can be like a lot of Americans here who just don't want to fucking hear it, even though it's the truth.
So I have something to throw out there. In the private chat, Joe, there is a link. Can you drop it in the chat for me, please? It's a link to my GoFundMe. I am here to e-beg. I need money. I need money for my transition, and I need it fast, and I need it now. God damn it!
And I'm
You
going
just
to let
blocked
you.
Bernie, bro.
I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you get on with this because I've been in here an hour. And I still need to recover from this week. Yeah, I'll bid you a fond farewell, the pair of you, and hopefully we can have less of a stressful discussion another time.
That would be nice.
Take it easy.
See you next time.
Yeah, ciao.
So fucking pissed off right now. that would be like me, who's a straight person, saying, well, my experience of the gay community is, who fucking cares what my experience of the gay community is? Because I don't know dick because I'm not gay.
I know dick.
I have gay friends and I have trans friends, and my experience means diddly shit. It really does.
Easy.
This is not the fucking night to trifle with me. And you're not. But I'm in a bad mood.
So in about a week and a half, I'm going to go get hair extensions. I already put a deposit on them, and they're very expensive. But it's something I kind of need to do, and the sooner I do it, the better. So anyway, so I am walking around with half a beard because I wasn't able to finish electrolysis. So I'm actually trying to raise $300 ASAP. Right now, that's all I'm looking to do. That is like the focus of every waking minute of my day. And look, the green machine is trifling in the chat. Trifle. So please, the link is there somewhere. I don't know where. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
it's right there. So click on it and go and drop a little bit of money in my GoFundMe. Please help me get rid of my beard and pay for my hair. Please. So anyway, that was the hard sell. That was the best I could do. I'm sorry.
That was good enough, I think.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if anybody drops anything in my GoFundMe. Do I have to make threats? Oh, so okay. Changing the subject just because. So I caught a podcast with Chris Hayes. Why is this happening? I guess is the name of his podcast. And his special guest was Natalie Wynn. ContraPoints.
Yeah.
And I was just like, holy shit, she gets an interview with Chris Hayes. That is wild.
Yeah, but the thing is that context matters, Vegas. So like, again, if I'm talking about a subject that I don't have the context for, I'm not going to take a strong position on it because I recognize that I don't have the context to understand it the way other people might. So the thing is and that's the thing, all opinions on all subjects are not equal. You have things that you know more about than I do, and my opinion about those would not be equal to yours. And so to get to dig my heels in on a subject that something that you have expertise in that I don't would be a mistake. So I mean, I don't understand this thing that people seem to think that, well, I have an opinion, so all opinions should be heard. You can express them, but don't expect they don't all have equal weight.
So yeah, so ContraPoints had an interview with Chris Hayes, and it was actually pretty good. It is pretty cool. If you want, I think I have the link for it somewhere. I'm pretty sure I do. I can send it to you. But it was really, really good. And yes, Green, she is funny. But I noticed the longer that she's, transitioning, the prettier she gets. She's really pretty. The bitch.
Well, and that is true. And I found myself sometimes like, hey,
yeah,
she's pretty good.
She's pretty, but
but that's the thing. Obviously, it's a process. So hey,
and she's young, so
yeah. How old is that?
I don't know, but she's younger than me.
Well, true, but I'm figuring.
I mean, most of the people here are younger than me, so
Well, I mean, the nicotine channel was like on like 11, 12 years ago, maybe 13, and I know Natalie was in college back then, and so I would guess at least 30, early 30s.
I think she's in her mid 30s. I think
mid 30s. That sounds probably about right.
I mean, I don't know if Peach is watching or not, but she would know, because they're friends. So she would type it into the chat there if she's watching. So that was just, I guess, a hint to her. But she's not watching. But yeah, she's in her 30s. But she's just very pretty, and she's getting prettier, and she's a bitch because of it. I mean, not all of us are that lucky. So
Well, again, you're at the beginning of your process too.
Yeah.
So I would think that given enough time and money, that's
which
you-
I don't. Because I'm old, I don't have either.
well, it's true, it's true. But I mean, well, hey, well, you're starting your channel back up, right? So
Mhm.
who knows? Maybe
Yeah,
you could.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The last video I got like 233 views, which is not bad considering. But it is what it is. I mean, I was going to start a
Patreon.
Yes, that I was going to start. A Patreon.
Raven's already catty. Yeah.
You know what? It's really bizarre. It comes with the boobs, I think. I have no idea. I see women all the time. I'm just like, oh wow, gosh, she's pretty, that bitch. I mean, but I told a friend that I was my jeans, I wear a size 8, and she went, oh, you wear a size 8. And I'm like, yeah, I don't understand. But whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's part of the estrogen. Something, I don't know.
Well, I was gonna say, because I mean, you've always had, up here, but you're popping out there.
Yeah.
Really going fast. It's very impressive.
Yeah. But this is it. They're done. They're not going to get any bigger. And that's a little disappointing. But it is what it is.
What you're at least a full B, if not a small C.
Oh, nowhere near a C. It's just barely a B.
B?
But yeah. And considering that, I mean, they're obviously completely natural. I never had implants. Which is obvious. If I was going to have implants, I'd go bigger. But considering that it's hormones alone, most trans women don't get that big without surgery. So,
more than mouthfuls wasted anyway. I've never been a big boob man. My thing is always, as long as they show up, I'm happy. I don't care. Big ones, little ones, I'll take them all.
Well, thank you, person who donated $50. Thank you very much. Hang on a second. Can I just do this? Yeah, that's me. Sign in.
It was,
oh my goodness! What the hell? Shit. My password didn't work.
Oh.
Why?
I don't know. Lassie.
Oh well. I wanted to never mind.
Everything okay?
Yeah. Changed the password for my Amazon account on the other computer, and I don't have it memorized, and it's not saved here, so I would have to go on.
Yeah, I got you. Well, hopefully. So, so are you able to draw any of that money out, or you have to wait till the whole thing is full?
Oh, it actually automatically goes into it's linked to Peach's account, so it automatically goes into Peach's account. It like drips in every couple of days. So, I mean, somebody already donated $50. So that's cool. That's gonna help. So I need 250 more, and I am golden. I don't have to cancel my electrolysis appointments. Damn it. You have no idea how bad it is to walk around with half a beard.
That would be unpleasant.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't match the Dead's.
Well, but then again, we know somebody with a full beard, and
I'm just saying.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't actually.
What's her?
Oh, yes.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm talking
I know.
about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's cool. So, okay, have you heard from Agent of Doubt?
No, not for a while.
Because
I got it. He last I heard from him, I'm just checking here. Actually, it's a few days ago. I'm just checking my Facebook Messenger. He sent me a photo on the 26th.
Okay.
I just popped him a message just to see what's up. Just checking. Yeah, he hasn't posted anything on his Facebook on his wall since before that, actually. I know.
Giant chairs in the shop.
Yeah. Well, I know he's going to be moving. I don't know when. I don't know if it's now or something.
Who, AOD?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to be moving. Things are. I'll talk about that off camera. He got some things going on in his personal life.
Right.
But yeah. So yeah, donate to Raven's efforts so she can get rid of stubble.
Oh, I mean, can you see? No, you can't really see. A little bit. The last electrolysis appointment I had, my skin reacted really, really badly. I've got on this side, I've got a really bad burn. And I mean, it scabbed up and there was pus and it was bad. I got a really bad reaction.
Nasty.
So
Nasty.
yeah, nasty, but more than that, painful. But yeah, no, it's getting better. But she was telling me while she was doing it, she's like, "Oh, you're gonna have a reaction to this." I'm like, "Oh, great. How bad could it be?" And then the next morning, I was just like, "Oh shit." Yeah, it's really bad.
So. Vegas. So if I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying, so you're starting to accept the idea that there's Christian supremacy in the United States and probably North America.
Most of the world.
Yeah, much of the world, yeah. Which that's good if you're starting to come on board with that because it's there. I mean, it's getting less and less subtle actually, which is a big part of the problem right now. And part of it, I think, is the fact that at least in the U.S. we're becoming more secular, but yet, there's still, so I think there's a backlash from the highly religious because they see their grip on power going away, and so they're trying to push, basically trying to push their way onto that, back in, and but the problem is that they're basically portraying not having the reins of their hands on the levers of power so much anymore as oppression, and that's really mind numbing when it's like, no, we're not saying it's bad to be Christian or you shouldn't be Christian, you can't be Christian, you can't practice. It's just that in the public sphere, it's the whole idea of I can't push my faith or in my case non-faith on you and vice versa. And we shouldn't be gerrymandering the laws to fit one religious view or another, because that's when religious liberty goes away. But there's definitely bias in the system that favors Christianity. So it's good. I mean, I'm glad you're looking at things. Because we all learn. I mean, I've changed a lot. It looks like AOD may be at a Rockies game. He just responded to my message on Messenger. I hope Kizzy will get in here soon and join us, because while I talk a lot, it's a lot easier when there's someone to talk to. Let me see if there's anything else in the news that we missed. I said I've been a little bit out of it because of I don't know if anyone's following the soccer / football things, in Europe, but I watched a little bit of it. The Swiss got screwed over. I thought that was kind of messed up, but generally I don't really care about sports much anymore. I follow baseball sort of, but not to the extent that I used to. I've given up fandom. I find that when someone's a fan of something, they tend to, or if they have heroes, they tend to lose their objectivity, and their skepticism goes out the window. And they get angry at people who don't have the same likes for some reason. I'll pile up in the Twitter France. Yeah. Yeah. Was it? I mean, well, I don't like pileups. Upset me because obviously people are getting hurt and stuff like that. I don't really like that, but I'll watch. Like, I'm a Mets fan to a degree, or I shouldn't say a fan, but I like the Mets. They've been my team. I'm happy if they win. If they lose, I'm not going to get upset or get unhappy. I don't want my happiness to be so severely affected by people I don't know. Instead, my happiness be affected by people I know, getting into these screaming matches with them. Anybody? Well, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I have a hard time divorcing my emotions from that. I used to be able to look at that and go, oh wow, look at that, but not so much anymore. Yeah, fascism is in the U.S. Yeah, it's really startling. And at this point, I mean, the number of there's been a number of Republicans that have come out and said, hey, look, this thing about the election, the election wasn't stolen, the results are what they are, and they're getting attacked by people who don't really care about democracy anymore. They just care about power, and that's a problem. I mean, when George W. Bush won, I wasn't happy, but at no time did I feel like he was going to be a dictator and usurp the Constitution. But we right now we've got a cabal that seems bent on it. Yeah, Vegas was talking about. Did you see Kazum's video about fascism in the United States? Oh, here's Kazum. I didn't see him. There you are. I saw your post on Facebook. I didn't actually get a chance to see the video yet. So if you want to talk about that, that'd be cool.
Well, just a lot of it. It's the fact that it's pushing monoculturalism. This is what the most of the MAGA people seem to be pushing, is the notion of monoculturalism, nationalism, and they mix their religion in with that nationalism, and then this total admiration and loyalty, complete loyalty to Trump, and all those things together make up, a fascist ideology, a fascist movement. And
there's been a religio-political movement in this country from the far right Christians, mostly evangelical, charismatic evangelicals, for decades now. So,
yeah, it's. I'm sad that you had to come around to it, but I'm glad that you did. You finally see there's so many people, and what's really concerning is that they pass off their they do a lot of things that they try to pass off to make themselves sound reasonable, like, you know, the just asking questions people, and the whole thing of, well, I just have a different view. And it's like, well, yeah, but if your view is that certain people shouldn't be allowed to live or shouldn't have any rights or something like that, that's not a simple disagreement anymore. That's a fundamental difference in morality and ethics, and then some. You know, and that's the thing that has me. It's like, you know, I'm not looking to outlaw anyone's religion, but I also don't want someone's religion to basically dictate that, well, you know, we can discriminate against somebody because, you know, my religion says I can. So therefore, I mean, that's literally the First Amendment says you know, that there's not supposed to be any laws to allow that. Because it literally says not to respect, not, you know, no laws respecting an institution of religion. And that means all of them. I mean, I've actually heard some of the apologists say, well, this law doesn't respect one religion, it respects all the religions. Like, yeah, that's not better. You know,
Justice Black on the Supreme Court, don't ask me the year, I don't remember. He was really big on that. He was like an absolutist. I mean, it was just, that was it, you know. Any whether it's all or one or a few, any favoritism shown towards faith, even if it's all faiths, is a violation of the separation of church and state. It needs to, the wall of separation needs to be absolute.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, because once you start having a situation where one, you know, one religion or religion versus non-religion is favored, then we're not equal under the law anymore. And that's an important, you know, pillar of everything, you know, is that the idea that we're all equal under the law. Nowhere near to the same degree. Green. So sorry, go ahead, Kiss.
I would just say that the scariest thing that's being pushed is monoculturalism. And, you know, there was a period of time where I was agreeing with some of those people, thinking, oh yeah, we have a common culture here. Like, well, no, we don't. We don't have a common. We have pop culture, you know, things that are popular, that are among things that people consume and whatever, right? And we have our laws. But otherwise, no, we do not have one unifying culture, and I'm ashamed that I had thought that we did for a period of time.
Yeah, well, we don't. And here's the thing, you know, I did I forget where it was. It was in a video somewhere, but it might have been on the Breakfast Club channel actually. Because somebody had done a thing about multiculturalism and what they thought it was, and to me, I thought their view was way off base. And even the melting pot is not a good analogy, because a melting pot would literally be, you know, you mix everything in, and then you do have like a mono. It would be a kind of a monoculture. It's got all those ingredients in there, but the if you picked any part of it out, you couldn't tell the difference between one sampling and another. But it's really more like a good chili, where in a chili, you know, you have all the ingredients and you can taste all the individual ingredients. You can taste the meat and the tomatoes and the onions and the peppers and whatever, you know, the seasonings and all that. And each of them contribute to the overall flavor, but you still have those individual elements are still there. And that's the way it's always been. You know, I mean, I remember, it's funny because the same friend I mentioned earlier, and he was lamenting that some of the old Italian neighborhoods have gone over, and now they're like Dominican or Russian or Polish. But that's how it's always been, you know. And when he first said this to me, a week later, there was a show about, and he's a Sicilian descent. A week later, I saw this show, and it was talking about how people were complaining that the old German and Irish neighborhoods were going over to the Italians and Sicilians. You know, you know, it's people have their, you know, not everybody does, but as a general rule, most people have some sense of cultural identity beyond just being an American, and that's okay, and that's all part of it. You know, most of us know if we're Italian or Greek or Polish or German, whatever we are. And that's fine. That's good. That adds something, and you know, and you can still go, and there's places where there's this ethnicity. Like I was in Texas last week. There's the idea of Texas German, because in the 1800s there was a whole bunch of German, German people of German descent, and there was a whole bunch of people of like some Slavic. I forget if it was where exactly, but they came and they put an imprint on the culture of Texas. And there are people who speak a version of German now that's actually called Texas German, that's similar to the same German that's in Germany, but it's not identical, because it's kind of like a hybrid language now.
Like Pennsylvania Dutch.
Pennsylvania Dutch, same thing. Again, more German people, and these things. This is what makes the country great. It's what makes it diverse. In Louisiana, you have French and then you have Spanish and African Creole, and that's what makes the culture and the language and the history and the food and music down there. And then you got Delta blues and you got jazz and all these kind of things. We wouldn't have all these things that we have if it wasn't for all these different people from different places all coming and putting their ingredients into the pot of chili.
Yeah, and then there's things that come from within the country, like gay culture, LGBT culture. There's a lot of different priorities people have in different, like as a gay person, I'm obviously going to have totally different priorities than someone. I mean, like, I'm not going to be able to, I can't focus really on starting a family unless it was adopting someone, right? There's a whole bunch of things that my priorities are going to be different. And I don't know. I guess I'm rambling now. That's all right.
No, I don't think you're rambling. I think that's relevant. And to Vegas, to your point, you're right. The Republican Party has not been conservative for quite some time, going back to at least as far back as W. In fact, same friend I was talking about earlier, his thing about he doesn't like the Democrats, but he didn't like Bush either, because he said that Bush was not a conservative, he's a radical. And Trump's even more radical than that.
Bush W, he wasn't smart enough to be radical.
But and what really got me is there were some things that Trump wanted to do that were not conservative, yet conservatives were stumping for him because he said it, and that's cult-like. And it's not good. I mean, I know there are a lot of people who feel like, oh, it'd be great if the Republican Party dies. I mean, I certainly don't want the current form to continue to exist, but I don't think it's good. I don't, in the same way a monoculture would be not good thing. I don't think a mono political.
Well, there wouldn't be
either.
There wouldn't be like the GOP is dying, and it should just very soon eventually kick the bucket. That's not going to leave one party. That'll leave a void that'll get quickly filled by a new conservative movement. And that's something that's desperately needed in this country is a real, actual conservative movement.
Yeah.
I think at this point it's the only thing that's going to balance the ship. So,
well, what worries me is I mean, if the GOP dies, it's going to be replaced with this Trumpist stuff. Unfortunately, that's what I'm seeing.
I don't know.
Well, I think. Sure. Well, I don't think the Trumpist stuff is going away. I think because he is right on that. I guess the question is, though, do we end up getting a real conservative party show up as well?
Right. Oh yeah, Vegas. Yeah. Right. Mentioning LGBTQ issues. There's nothing conservative about discriminating against minorities. And in fact, one of the arguments made in support of gay marriage before it was legalized was actually they in court they argued for it from a conservative point of view. They were just like, you have this group of people looking to enter into marriage for lifelong, raising families, and these are all conservative values that these people are wanting to enter into these contracts, and we're telling them no. It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. I mean, we kind of need like almost like a Goldwater Republican to come back, that kind of party. Because Goldwater was like, he wasn't exactly libertarian, but he was more in the libertarian direction. But he was like a real conservative. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And again, I'll disagree with libertarians. As long as the day is long, but as long as like they're adults that I can talk to, I can deal with that. And not the conspiratoids. And also, I do think if the Republican Party collapses, I think the Democratic Party will break apart after that.
Well, that's another. I mean, I think we talked about that probably a couple of months ago. If the
Yeah.
GOP were to vanish, yeah, there is a good possibility that you would end up with a much more moderate conservative party, which would be Democrats, and you'll end up with a far left party, progressives. Um, I think if the GOP collapses, as far as major parties in this country, it could very well end up being two left-leaning parties, as far as compared to what we have now.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. I hadn't thought. Let's hope that's the direction it goes.
It's possible. I don't know if it's likely, but it's definitely possible. I think what's more likely is actually, it might even, you might be right though. It might be the most likely thing, might be, even if it's only temporary, a Trumpist type party. But I think maybe equally or close to equally likely would be an actual conservative party forming from the wreckage of the GOP. But yeah, I mean, the Democratic Party splitting into two, that's possible.
I mean, we could end up with like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 parties.
Well, that would be even better.
Yeah. Well, because and what I love is I love for the far right fringe, the Trumpist type, and when you say far left, we're not, most of the people, the progressives, they're not really far left. They're leftist. But what I love, there are some fringies though. I love the fringies to go the fuck away on both ends and kind of marginalize themselves into their little purity groups.
I think that the fringes on both sides, I think they're important, and I think they're important to look to for new ideas and new energy. There's a lot of things on the fringes of both sides that can be captured by the main by the main part of like the left or the right, and then reshaped and molded into something that can fit, or something that can be workable and into policy and platform. There's not a whole lot of stuff that's completely wasted. A lot of the stuff that's being said out there just isn't workable in its current form.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think about like the Green Party and the stuff that they put up, and I look at it and like I'll see occasionally some things that are like the kernel of something good. Then there's a bunch of crazy stuff like democratize the banks. What the fuck does that mean? Democratize the banks. We're gonna have an election every time somebody wants a loan. And what it really is, that's code. What it really is that's actually like neo-communist. Basically it's a takeover of the banks is what it is. It's nationalization of the banks, and that's something I'd be against. I'm all for regulating the banks, but government takeover, no. So this is the thing, well, we talked a couple weeks ago. Was just really kind of me and Jack for a while. And even Jack admits, Jack used to identify as communist. Communism just doesn't scale up. It may work fine on small scale, but it just doesn't scale. So I don't want that. I don't want libertarian right wing, basically pseudo anarchy, because that doesn't work either. It's the same bad idea. It's just opposite side of the coin.
Some sort of hybrid.
Yeah, I mean, basically, a market-based economy produces the most wealth. The problem is that the wealth tends to be concentrate in too few hands and not equitably. So if we have a government that regulates it properly, taxes it properly to make sure that the people who are doing the work are actually getting paid commensurate with what their contribution to what they're working, so they actually, which would automatically give you a living wage.
I mean, we have a hybrid system now. The problem is that the pulleys and the levers and wires and everything else need to all be adjusted in order to kind of change the balance of things. And the people who are in charge aren't willing to do that because they profit off of the current system. They don't
Yeah.
care that the rest of us might be suffering.
Yeah.
Because obviously not all of us are, but some are, and they don't care because they're doing okay.
Yeah.
So
See, the funny thing is in Europe has aristocracy too, but their aristocracy is smarter than our aristocracy because basically what they do is they get to stick around by giving just enough on the lower end, so they have the healthcare system and they have, public trains and, better public transportation and their grid's a little better than ours. So they do enough so that no one really goes after them.
The green machine, I actually don't really like that wording. The earth doesn't have any wealth. It has resources. We decide whether or not it's worth something. Things that are of value are things we decided are of value, and we can change what we decide, what has value and what doesn't anytime we want.
Right.
All that stuff is artificially, valuable.
Well, that's the reason why I've always laughed at there were the libertarians who want us to go back on the gold standard because we have fiat currency. Gold is valuable because we said it is.
Yeah.
It's back fiat. We just decided.
Right. It's all fiat. Everybody like, oh, this is a social construct, and that is everything is a social construct.
And quite frankly, if just say there was some catastrophe and society fell apart, I don't know that gold would be all that valuable because you can't eat it, you can't shoot with it, you can't defend, you can't plant it. So I don't.
Yeah, people they talk about bartering, and gold would be good for that kind of a thing, and I'm like, why? You know what's better than gold when it comes to bartering? Your back. What can you lift? How much can you move? How much can you carry? If I were to, I used to barter all the time when I had a business. People say, hey, give me a sandwich and I'll do this. You got it.
Yeah.
I had something of value. They had a service of value. So.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is, now granted, I think currency would appear again always because, again, barter works on in an agrarian, low tech culture. It doesn't really work in a high tech culture. But as society built back up, it would end up needing a currency again, and it would be just as fiat as the ones we have now.
There was I don't remember exactly where it was. I think it was in the area of Micronesia. There was they had a currency system there that was basically giant rocks. And they used obviously they couldn't carry them because they were literally giant rocks, and they would basically trade verbally the value of part of their rock to other people for goods and services.
Yeah.
And talk about ridiculous fiat money. When you can't even you just you have a piece of my rock now.
Just makes me think of on Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. They were talking about currency, and there was this one type of currency that's like the size of a football field or something.
It's silly. A lot of it is silly. And it's. I am a minute ago and still begging for money, for currency, but the reality is that it just happens to be what we decided that in our world right now, that was how things are going to, work. That's what's going to make the world go round. And it's stupid and it's ridiculous, but I still need it. So Joe, can you please drop the link in the chat?
I will.
So please, I am begging you. I would say that I'm on my knees, but then the chat would be full of dirty jokes, so I'm not going to say that.
Well, somebody mentioned Green mentioned Bitcoin. That's the thing I think is kind of funny about Bitcoin, the fact that the libertarians have kind of jumped on the Bitcoin bandwagon, because Bitcoin is even more. It's the most fiat currency we've ever had. It's not physical. It's not backed by anything. At least dollars are backed by, the government says, okay, we'll back the dollars. It's just like it's just wishes and good faith. I mean, it's
So, yeah, AOD. So AOD, I'm on his Discord, and he was posting about what was happening with his his cryptocurrency. And he was like, "Oh, I made this much money," and blah 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 blah. And he's playing with it and he's bouncing it around. And I don't understand most of it. I am not a currency expert. I would be happy with a giant rock, but because he was like talking about it, and because I am kind of in desperate, dire straits here that I need money, please help me out, people. I sent him a message and I say, hey, $300 of that money, you can always gift it to me with gift in quotes, of course. Just gift it to me. And sure. Just give me the information that I need to transfer it to your, account, can be transferred into regular money and then put into your bank account. It's exchanged.
No, I was making a tiny little trans joke.
Oh, trans joke.
Yeah, it was transferred.
And I think the name of the service is like Beyonce. I don't know, something.
By the way,
.us.
I heard back from Michael. He's at a Rockies game. Paul actually gave him the tickets.
So he said if I had that, he could give me the money that I needed, but it would take a couple of months for it to, become real money. And I was like, well, what fucking good is it then?
well, one thing I think is kind of funny about Bitcoin is that originally when it was created, the idea was that, well, it's inflation proof because there's only there's a maximum number of Bitcoin in circulation at any given time. But then they started fractioning it. And once you do that, you effectively so instead of people trading in Bitcoin, they trade in fractions of Bitcoin. And every time you fractionate it, it's no different than because now that smaller unit is going to become the main unit of trade. So it's really no different. You're still basically increasing the supply of widgets because now that smaller fraction of the widget is the new widget. Right, and you can fraction forever. So the idea that you wouldn't have inflation is bogus. You still end up with inflation. Oh, hey, Proctor. I keep wanting to say Proctor instead of Propter, and I don't remember why. There was something that I knew of way back that was actually Proctor Hawk. And so every time I see you, I want to say Proctor and not Propter. Yeah, that's the other one, is a proper hawk. You're just the exact right kind of hawk, Because you were gonna say something.
Oh no, I was gonna say better than we have Proctor Street, and so often when I'd see Proctor Street, I'd say Prostate Street or something. Never mind.
Youch. So, yeah, somebody said it here. I forget who it was, but basically, like Bitcoin, it's kind of too late to get into it to really make any kind of money now. Yeah. For individual, okay. Wait. Let me see if I can highlight this. There we go. It just means that individual savings actually works. Sister Danger's here. There we go.
Hey guys. Hi. Long time no see.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, Vegas.
Wait, what happened?
He said, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't really understand. Maybe he'll explain more in the chat. How you been, Amy?
I'm okay. I'm Sorry, I was trying to clear my desk off really quick, and then everything fell on me. And so right now I'm like, ah. But otherwise, good, if very, very busy. So just finally wrapped up our big annual event, and for this last weekend, and so nothing on the horizon here for at least another month. So I mean, nothing event wise, that is.
So how'd your event go?
It went well. It itself went very well, and everybody had an awesome time. But it went very well in 114-degree weather.
Ooh.
And so even though we were in an air-conditioned hotel, with like the indoor temperature was 90, because of course nothing in Washington is built for 114-degree weather unless you're on the east. Even on eastern Washington, it doesn't get really that hot, right? So we were pretty much sweating it out the whole time. They had some stupid pool rule that only 9 people could be in their swimming pool at a time because COVID, I guess. So that was dumb, but whatever. But everybody had a great time despite that. So I guess overall it was a resounding success.
Excellent.
Yes.
One thing I'm curious about pools and COVID, because I'm thinking, wouldn't the chlorine pretty much kill?
It does not, as it turns out. I too was curious about pools and COVID, though, but for different reasons. I didn't think, I felt that this 9-person restriction rule was probably indicative of somebody trying to be COVID conscious, but with doing so without, I guess, maybe a real understanding of how people would behave, because 9 individuals don't go to a swimming pool separately and then stay evenly spaced out within the pool. You go with your kids or your friends or whoever, and you all, conglomerate in one corner of the pool. So I thought, well, this is dumb, because you're essentially probably going to have 2 or 3 small grouplets of people at one end of a pool, and the rest of it will just be open. But as it turns out, by the time Sunday rolled around, I think that enough of the people in the hotel just had no more F's left to give, because that pool had way more than 9 people in it. And they did not, they were just like, we do not care. We're just going to get in the pool, and we're going to wait for somebody to tell us that we can't before we get out. So, but I guess that, when it's at freaking 110 degrees outside, I think that's what it was. Like, maybe it was even hotter than that. Oh, it was hot. It was so hot. Like, I was like, we live in the Northwest for a reason, because it's not Las Vegas, it's not Phoenix. But nope. Anyway, so yeah, I hear you were talking about Bitcoin. That's where I came in.
Yeah. Well, Vegas. I still don't understand what Vegas is trying to say. Reverse then multiplying. The thing is that, okay, we have dollars. If all of a sudden tomorrow we started, pennies became, dimes became more valuable, because the dollar suddenly got super valuable, and we started buying things with dimes instead. Well, now we have 10 times as many. Our base unit would then become the dime, and then maybe the penny would become our base unit. So now there's 100 times as many pennies as we had dimes. It's still units of money is basically what you're looking at. We don't generally, right now, is change isn't very valuable. But if it suddenly did, because dollars went through the roof, then I don't see it as being very different.
The only fractionalizing of paper money, of actual American currency, that I am familiar with is fractional reserve, which is something we've been doing for a long time, and it's a problem. It's kind of a big problem, but that the entire system is built on debt because of fractional reserve. They don't have as much money. Doesn't exist as much as what they say that they have electronically. For every $10 or whatever, they're allowed to give out $100 worth of loans. That's only fractionalizing. Thank you very much, Sister Danger. That I'm familiar with.
Well, I think it's kind of funny that just to show you how ridiculous they are, that Dogecoin, which was started as a joke, and then it's it starts blowing up because people want they just I want to make money easily. I want to get rich by buying something that I hope will be more valuable in a week from now.
I mean, aren't things that like Dogecoin or whatever? Aren't all of these just little? They're the same thing as Bitcoin. They're just like a break off, different version of it. And so when people do that, then it basically dilutes an overall market of whatever the Bitcoin bits are, like for use of term, like I don't mean
cryptocurrency.
Cryptocurrency. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
Right. Well, of course. I mean, the idea that that our non-gold backed money, we're printing money, is people just invented Bitcoin out of the air and ascribed a value to it out of nothing. So yeah, it's and all the other ones they're the same idea. And you're right. Now we have so many Bitcoins and so many Dogecoins and so many. Next week you posted that prop talk. Clown coin is going to become a thing now. You know that, right?
I guess I just feel like with anything, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's day trading, whether it's doing regular stocks, that there is no ultimate get rich quick. I mean, these are things that people who do them successfully as a job do them all the time, consistently, daily, weekly, whatever it is, whatever their particular thing is. They don't just like rush in, buy one thing, become, fabulously rich, and then they're done forever. I mean, I don't know, maybe.
Well, no, I think you're basically right. I mean, it's the only people who really made out are people who got in early when it was like trading at pennies and sub dollar range, and then went up to $30,000. And if you had that and then you got out, yeah, you probably made a pant load.
Sure, but they didn't do that because they were like jumping on a train is what I'm saying. Like this is probably something they were already doing. They understood the market and everything that was going on around it, bought in on a thing, and then that thing happened to go, wow, right? So
right. People were jumping on after it already. It's the same thing with any stock, right? If people who buy a stock because it's going up generally are not the ones who make money because that train's already left the station. It's already too late.
Right.
And that's why I've ever seen anybody who they think they can play the market and then they do this with their 401k and they just wreck themselves because they see the stock going up and then they buy and then they see the stock going down and they sell. It's like, no, that's not how you do it.
I wish AOD were here because he knows all about this stuff. Like
he's at a rocky.
He's kind of obsessed with it right now. Has been for a little bit, right? So,
are you on his Discord server?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. It's all he's posting about lately.
Well, I haven't been much of anywhere though lately, except for like right here in my own little tunnel vision world, because usually the entire 2 months leading up to my event is dedicated only to that. So I'm just now reemerging, and that's why I haven't been on any shows or anything. So I hope you guys didn't think I hated you or something. That would be sad.
Can you come over?
Wait, what? Who's going? What? Rover's coming over somewhere. Red Rover. Who are we sending over?
Tommy, what you can do, Tommy? What you can do is you can donate $100 to my GoFundMe. Joe will drop the link in the chat.
I mean, if somebody's looking to offload $100.
Well, here's the thing is I have something happening very soon, possibly happening very soon. It's a really big deal that I can't publicly talk about until I know for a fact that it's happening, and it's about politics and stuff. So I kind of keep it under wraps, and in order for me to end up happening, in order for me to be able to do it well, there are certain things that I need to do, and one of them is I need to have long hair. So I had to put a deposit. I had to put a deposit on extensions, and I am getting them. Whether I have the money or not, I have an appointment for them in less than 2 weeks. And I'm scrambling to get the
Drop
money.
that link. Drop that
Right.
link.
I
I'm
did.
sure I can throw you a few bucks.
I'll throw it in the private chat as
in the
well.
chat. So please, please, please. Like I need.
Oh, there it is.
300.
I see it.
I need a total of 300. A good friend of mine already donated 50, but it's like that's what I need in order to be able to extensions and to keep my appointments to get rid of my beard, my electrolysis appointment. So
I want that on my armpits. What?
it hurts. Well, it hurts. It's a long, slow,
Is it really?
painful process. I've gone for several sessions. They hurt. And I have another probably year worth of appointments to go to with it, and I hate them and they're miserable. They make little burns on my face. But if I don't do it, I'll have a hairy face. I can't have a hairy face. You can't have a hairy face and be pretty. Sorry.
Put on a hairy face. I was singing that song, "Put on a happy face," but changing it to say "hairy."
Put on a hairy face.
I was trying to think of whether or not that was actually true. And then I was like, no, because pretty much all the dudes that I would think are very pretty dudes don't have hairy faces. So I guess I would describe them as handsome if they have hair on their face, right? Or distinguished. But I mean, I'm like, who do I know that might have a beard? I mean, maybe Jason Momoa when he was playing Khal Drogo and had like the little bit of a beard on the face, but that dude is like, he's all the adjectives that have to do with the category of hotness, right? So pretty or otherwise.
So I look a lot different than I used to look, don't I?
Yes, you look way different, at least for me, because I feel like I sort of blinked and now here you are.
Well, I haven't been on here for a few weeks. I'm on a lot less, unfortunately, only because, girls have a lot more fun than men do. So.
And so now I'm curious as to how you define fun. What's fun? Tell me.
I just go out more. I do more things. So, and another thing is like girls that I went to school with are suddenly wanting to have lunch and hang out, and it's just like, oh wow, let's like sit around and talk about high school crushes and makeup. And
be careful, they can be catty bitches. I'm just saying.
Oh, I know, I am. I am too.
But maybe the reason you're having more fun is because you feel more like yourself and less to do with girls versus guys, and you're just actually doing what your heart truly has been wanting to do.
Actually, yes, that's actually more accurate. Yeah.
Those are not my children. Sound like meows.
Some of my kids.
They're having a good time. I don't know. I'm still like mostly damp here because I just came in from the swimming pool. So.
Oh, swimming pool. Yeah, swimming pool. That's it.
no, like for real. That's actually. Oh, I'm like, no, that's actually it. Like I wasn't joking.
It was really good.
I didn't realize you were joking for like 2 seconds. That took me a minute.
Yeah. Damp, or some might say moist. Yeah, well, last week we ended up not having a show. I was in Dallas, with hanging with Aaron Ra and his wife, and then Sunday I hung out with Tracy Harris.
Who are these people?
Aaron Ra, you ever heard of him?
You don't know Aaron Ra?
Do I know this person?
I would.
You might know him by his appearance. His appearance is almost kind of menacing. He he's got long hair. He looks like a villain, sort of.
How do you spell this person's name?
I will drop you his.
Aaron Ra. Ra, I believe, is R.A.
Like ARONRA.
Yeah.
I think I know who you're talking about vaguely.
Yeah, he did the Foundational Falsehoods of Creationism series, and then he did a series.
Okay. Wow. So what caused that to be a thing? Like, these people? Well, I don't know who the other person is at all.
Well, I know them, but I mean, I was actually in Amarillo for complete different reason earlier in the week, and then I was flying out of Dallas. What happened was to get there's no direct flights from Newark to Amarillo, and so the connecting flights through Dallas, you either had a 1 hour layover, which if anybody who's traveled through Dallas knows, a 1 hour layover is not enough time to get from one terminal to another. And
Dallas is huge. It's
yeah, Dallas is huge, and they have a train, but it's very slow.
Yeah.
So yeah, 1 hour is not enough. And then the other option was like 3 hours and 40 minutes. And I'm like, well, it's a 5 hour drive. And when you consider, you got to get on the plane, so 3.5 hours, then the flights, even though it's a short distance, it's only like 300 miles. The flight still takes like 45, 50 minutes because you have to go up, you have to go down, so, and all the stacking and everything. So it was going to be almost 5 hours sitting in those little tiny ass seats. And my friend and I were like, fuck that, let's just drive. So we flew into Dallas, drove to Amarillo, hung out there all week, and then drove back. And so it hit me. I was like, well, I'm going to be in Dallas because we were driving back Saturday and we were flying out Sunday. So I was like, well, shit, let me call Aaron. I let him know I was around, and we got together. And then I actually extended the trip for another day to hang out with Tracy. So Tracy Harris used to be on Atheist Experience. But
you're well connected and no famous people.
I did. So that was the thing when I did YouTube. I mean, I kind of still do sort of, but my channel never got big. But I like all the big channels got to know me, including DevShell too, and Kazoo. Oh, got some. Oh, we got Michael's here from the Rockies game. Howdy. Okay, the Rockies are playing the Cardinals. Kick their ass. I hate the Cardinals.
Yeah, they're a shitty football team. Are you seriously at a game? Oh my god. What? He's just like, I'm here. I'm at a game. See you, bitches. What the heck? Yeah, no, that is the truth. Right there.
Yeah, well, once I had a flight. We flew into Chicago. We landed at Terminal A at one end, and our connecting flight was Terminal D at the opposite end.
Yeah,
it took 45 fucking minutes to run, and we were running the whole time to get to the other gate, and we barely made it. And basically, and then at the time, it's different now, but at the time when you went from terminal to terminal, you had to go through the security barrier again.
Yes, so you had to wait in the whole big ass line, and yeah.
So after a while, it was when we went to the first one, we told them like, "Hey, look, we're trying to get to Terminal D." So then we still end up having to go through the line from B to C. But by the time we got to the one from C to D, they knew we were coming. They had radioed ahead, and they're like, "Let them through, let them through!"
Yeah,
literally ran through the barrier. And they called ahead to the plane because they were already boarding, and they were like, "Hold it, they're here."
Heathrow is pretty big too. London Heathrow is huge. Just, I mean, that's a pretty big one as well. Dulles is Washington D.C., right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I've maybe only been through there ever like once, twice. I don't know. Not a lot of flights that I've been on have gone through there. So, but I've definitely been through Chicago more than once. Definitely been to Dallas Fort Worth many times, and then of course I guess that I kind of put those ones and London Heathrow on the biggest ones I've ever been through that were just crazy, crazy big airports. They are like little cities. So
yeah, Newark is not physically as large, but it is one of the most trafficked ones, mostly because it's a cargo hub as well. But when we flew out Newark, I've flown out of Newark over 100 times. It was a madhouse. I've never seen it that bad. The feeder line for security had a feeder line. So you had to get into one feeder line to feed the next feeder line.
I think that I just like going up to Portland, Maine, where, they have like 2 lanes that go through their jet port, the Portland International Jet Port. It's like, I don't know. I'm making a joke, kind of, but I guess a terrible joke. It's a tiny little airport. It's like you can see one end of it from the other. So, but they're international.
Well, Scranton, Pennsylvania is like that too. It's like, Scranton International. If I remember Allentown, Bethlehem Easton is like there's 3 runways.
There's Stewart International. That's a tiny little airport. You park right outside the. You park and you walk right in. I mean, it's like parking in front of a store, and you walk in and you're ready
Where's
to
that?
go. Where? It's actually the closest airport there is to me. It's near Newburgh.
Oh, okay.
It used to be Stewart Air Force Base.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's a international airport now.
Well, if it was an Air Force base, it probably has a decent runway at least.
Yeah, I think and that's why it can be an international airport. Has a runway that can handle pretty much any size airplane. So.
Yeah, the Teterboro is not international.
No. No.
I've never actually flown out of there, although you can get to there's a flight from Teterboro to Boston.
Thank you, Tommy. Tommy, thank you so much. It really does. It does help. Thank you so much.
And don't tell anybody that Tommy is a nice guy. Maybe
he just
ruined his reputation.
He's a nice guy. He just likes everyone to think that he's a horrible person. He's a stand-up guy though, because he made a bet with me and he paid up. So I tons of respect for that.
Yeah, definitely.
So I don't even know what's been going on in the news lately because I've been so under a rock, what with fair and festival stuff. But I'm curious, what are our news headlines this week? Anything interesting?
We were talking a little bit about it. Like now they're there's an Olympic track and field person who is getting banned because they tested positive for marijuana. Because of course we all know marijuana is such a performance enhancing drug.
Yeah, if this is your sport right here, it totally is. Eating potato chips.
I want a potato chip. I want a potato chip so bad right now. You have, I know how long it's been. I'm gonna go get potato chips. I haven't had a potato chip in a long time.
I don't like potato chips anymore. I stayed away from them for a long time. They're too salty.
Oh man, I have the salt and vinegar ones. That's I love vinegar though. So one of the things I saw, speaking of sports though, wasn't there recently something about in a trans woman in weightlifting in the Tokyo Olympics? Is that where it's at right now? I saw that was didn't see. I heard because it was a topic in our household.
Yeah, it's getting bad. They're basically so now it's the whole thing of somehow we were talking about it before that the idea that testosterone is some magical drug that makes everyone better at everything, which is not true.
Well, but the person in question though wouldn't be able to compete in the men's division if they were still competing in the men's division, which I think is kind of what the public uproar is about. I just wish they would get rid of any gender defined divisions and start just classing people according to their body weight or whatever it is, and then just let everybody compete in that category with no gender at all. And whoever's the best is the best, right? So, I mean, if it happens to be that women fall into X weight categories or whatever, by and large, then great. But I'm sure there's some men that would fall into those categories, because if you look at any sport, there's always, you always, like boxing, for example, you have your light, medium, and heavyweights, right? So I don't know. I just don't understand how sometimes, like, why does it have to be divided by gender? Is what I'm getting at, in short.
Oh well, I mean, right now it's just only because we've done it for so long, which is not a good reason to keep doing it. It's just obviously, well, for a long time, women weren't allowed to do most of that stuff. Period. So then when they allowed women, they said, "Well, we'll let you play, but you have to have your, you can't play with the men because
Yeah, but
men
the original Olympics were also naked, and I would like to see a bunch of naked dudes wrestling. So can we go back to that, please? Like, whatever. Like, strip down, buddies. Get out there.
I vote for that.
Right?
Yes,
I mean,
Tommy, I did. Sorry not to bring the whole show to a stop so I can keep talking about my raising money to help me get rid of my beard and get hair. Please, the Joe will drop the link to the GoFundMe in the chat any minute now. And you just click on it and go there, and you can do what Joe and Tommy have already done, and that is to donate towards the cause, because look how pretty I am. Look, I'm so pretty. So, Tommy, yes, I did get it. Thank you.
Speaking of food, I'm hungry now. I mean, I've been eating strawberries and tomatoes, but it's not cutting it. I resolved to try to lose weight again. Pre-COVID, I had lost like 55 pounds, and it found me.
oh man, COVID found everybody. Like, what? That's
between I had a bout of depression just before COVID. Then my dog Blitzen died. Then COVID hit. And now we're coming out of COVID, and my dog Molly has cancer. So, yeah.
I am very sorry to hear that. That is no bueno.
Yeah, I just found out Thursday. She's still doing well, all things considered, but yeah, basically it's too far to be able to do anything about it. So she wasn't showing any symptoms until very recently. So then it'll just be a little flash. She did, Tommy.
Tommy, I did. I did.
Raven's throat. You keep breaking up and freezing, but yes, Tommy, Raven got the money.
So I'm curious now that everything is starting. Well, at least it's starting to open up back here. I'm curious, what kinds of things do you guys want to see stay because of COVID versus go back to normal, the way they were pre-COVID?
I think having meetings via Zoom, Skype, or Teams, or whatever other I mean, I've had meetings with customers in the past that I drove like an hour and a half to go talk to them for 30 minutes and then leave and then have to drive back, which is so stupid. And there's no reason not to be able to do things like this. For that matter, I think like when my company, I've reopened my office because everybody except one guy is vaccinated and he has to wear a mask. But basically, we're I'm still allowing people to work from home, at least part time, and I think that's a good thing to have people working from home as much as practical.
What about the notion of people continuing to wear masks when in crowded public places in order to just cut down on straight up like the cold flu virus, as opposed, obviously not COVID, but
I think it's a good thing, but I don't think it's going to last. I was in Texas when I was in Texas last week. Even there were places that had signs that said you had to wear a mask. No one was wearing a fucking mask.
The whole honor system for being vaccinated seems sort of faulty. I'm sort of in agreement with the notion that people who didn't want to wear a mask before and were all protesting it and whatever are going to be the same people who are like, I'm vaccinated, when they're not.
Agreed. Well, that's the thing. Like I said, the places I was in Texas, because they were doing the honor system, and literally nobody was wearing a mask, and I'm like, okay. I mean, the staff, the staff were these places were wearing a mask. No one else was, And I'm like, you can't tell me that all these fuckers are vaccinated when in Texas only like 42% of the people are vaccinated. But I reached a point now where I'm kind of like, I saw a report recently that said in the last month or so, 99% of all new cases were unvaccinated people, and 99.2% of all the deaths were unvaccinated people. So so the vaccines are working even better than we originally thought. So I'm kind of like, for anyone who can wear a mask and doesn't, everyone who can get vaccinated and doesn't, fuck them. I don't care anymore. Fuck them. They can die.
The problem with that is those people are actually now living factories for variants.
Yeah.
And that's an issue because they're pumping out mutations like crazy. And one of them could pump out one that doesn't give a shit about the vaccines.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing and this Delta variant apparently is 10 times more virulent than the Alpha version was. So it's super more contagious. But so far, at least, the Delta variant, the people who have had both shots or the full shot in the case of J&J, are still nearly as well. It's like 85-90% effective against the Delta variant. So
yeah. Breakout infections are still killing vaccinated people. Very, very, very few. Your odds are still much better. I mean,
Well, that's another reason why I'm staying home as much as possible. Because I'm vaccinated, but why get exposed if I don't have to? You lost 20 pounds during the pandemic?
Geez, what's your magic diet?
Shit.
Not eating. I guess not. Oh, not eating out. I was like, yeah, not eating will generally cause you to lose weight.
Well, we didn't eat out, but we just ordered in all the time.
Yeah, no. I mean, our wallet got fatter because we stopped eating out. That happened. But nah, we all like our COVID 10-pound, as it were. I'm interested to see. So I don't know what it's like where you all are, but I guess in our area around here, there is basically an employee shortage. Oops, excuse me, where people have figured out essentially because of COVID that one, they're not being paid enough, and two, that companies could have been paying them enough and therefore can be paying them enough. Big corporations, right? And so, when you are able to get insurance and basically enough pay to sustain yourself through the government, why would you go back to work at a job that doesn't offer you insurance and doesn't pay you enough for your minimum bills? And
there's
so
an interesting thing that happened at a Dunkin' Donuts right by my house. I went one morning and they said that there was a power outage the night before and that only serving drinks, coffee. That's it. No food. Next morning, they said the same thing. The next morning I went in there, there was about 80 people, 80 employees behind the counter. I didn't recognize any of them. And it was a complete madhouse. It was completely insane. Nobody knew what the hell was going on. And I didn't see anybody there that I knew. And it's like a Dunkin' Donuts that I go to every day because it's right by my house. So this went on for a couple of days. And one day I said, I don't recognize any of you guys. What's going on? And he said, the entire crew quit at once. The entire crew. And he said, we were all from different stores and we're all just trying to make this work. A couple of days later, the entire staff, almost the entire staff that had quit was all back on the job and all smiling. So they all kind of got together and, planned this all out.
And then in order to get like proper raise or benefits or whatever it was that they were looking
whatever
for.
it was their complaint was. I mean, no union, of course, basically pulled a union move. They basically went on strike, basically.
Yeah.
And they apparently got enough of what they wanted to be able to go back to work and smile.
Is Dunkin' Donuts a franchise?
Yeah.
I mean, that's great. I mean, what gets me about it is when wages were low and people were, working for crap, then you hear from the right-wing libertarian types, oh, well, that's what the market will bear. Well, then now when the workers are saying, no, we won't bear that anymore. And they're like, oh, this is terrible. Like, hey, free market, motherfucker. That's how it works. And right now it's a labor market. The balance has shifted to the labor side of the equation. What makes me laugh when I hear all this shit is that, like, I'm paying way better. All these companies that are having trouble, like my only problem finding people qualified is just finding qualified people, but it's not on a wage thing. It's more of like, when I find them, I can get them. I had a business associate that said to me that when New Jersey now mandates 5 sick days, or you can earn up to 5 sick days a year. And he was like, well, what are you going to do? I'm like, dude, I already give 6. It's not a big deal. It didn't affect. He's like, oh, but you have to track it. I'm like, yeah, when I enter my payroll, I put in sick. The thing tracks it for me. There's all these fucking bullshit problems that was going to create. I'm like, no, I'm already been doing this for 3 years, 4 or 5 years now.
So it wasn't that Tommy didn't. It was that he was different time warp or something. He had paused the stream at some point. He didn't realize that he was 10 minutes behind. Love you, Tommy.
That makes me think of, there was a sketch on Mr. Show where the show was taped. So what you were seeing on the screen was taped from the week before. So you had to call about the topic that would be the following week's topic. And it was confusing everybody.
It almost sounds Saturday Night Live / Monty Python-ish,
Very, very. So the guy's going crazy because people are like, they're watching the TV and they're trying to call about the topic that's being discussed. It was like, no, but this isn't a live show. You have to, and it was like the folding box where you see the guy and what they do is, so you see the guy it actually goes in reverse, where they show him at the end where he's like screaming at everybody. He's like, no, how people are idiots. And he goes, look, and he shows, and he keeps pointing to the TV screen, and then that's the earlier week, and then eventually goes back to the beginning where he's doing the show and he has a guest, but no one calls in because no one knows the show exists yet because he's taping the show. Yeah. I'll see if I can find it. I'll drop it in the chat if people want to look at it.
Okay, so to get in on the puking discussion in the chat, I actually saw a fellow YouTuber projectile vomit at a restaurant in New York City. And what was bad was this was like really late at night. Joe, you were there, right? Earlier that day, we had lunch at the Carnegie Deli. And if you know anything about the Carnegie Deli, lunch there is massive. It's huge. Right?
What is the Carnegie Deli for those of us who are
famous? It's a famous deli in New York City that serves.
Yeah, famous kosher deli or Jewish style deli.
I mean, I know what kosher means.
Well,
it wasn't strictly kosher, which is why I corrected myself.
I'm not going to say her name because I don't want to embarrass her. But I have a feeling she probably wouldn't mind. But anyway, she had a turkey sandwich at the Carnegie Deli, and then we all went drinking and having a good time. Then in the middle of the night, we went to a place called Moonstruck in New York City, and we're all sitting around, and she's sitting back, and she projectile vomited across the table. And you saw nothing but 20 YouTubers just like get up and scatter, except for Philip, the True Puka. was a and he sat there through the entire thing, sitting next to her, just watched the view go by. True New Yorker,
Yep.
totally
Yep.
unfazed.
That was a hell of a night and hell of a gathering.
It was fun.
Well, Green, Raven's dad died of COVID,
COVID
Oh.
killed my father, yeah,
and your uncle too, right?
and my uncle. Yeah. Actually, no, my uncle had cancer. He had lung
Oh.
cancer. I don't know if COVID was aggravating or not, to be honest. But my father, yeah, he died from yes, that's who. Serious Mind, yes, in the private chat.
I mean,
Yeah, I forgot for a second, and then I was like, then when you went to Manhattan, I'm like, oh wait a minute, now I remember.
we way back in my ill-spent youth days, I'm trying to think of whether or not I actually saw anybody projectile vomit, but we used to throw parties, and at this joint house that everybody lived in, and we would just have these massive, just crazy drunk parties, and there was an award that was given out after the parties that was called the Herloon Minotaur. And if you are a Magic the Gathering player, the Herloon Minotaur is a card, but we called the award the Herlin Minotaur. And it was basically given to whoever had the best projectile vomit throughout the course of the partying weekend. They got the Herlin Minotaur Award. And I just remember one time, one dude got it for like hurling chunks at a wall that stuck. Many years later, after the Wizards of the Coast store that was on the Ave closed, I had the strange yet cool opportunity because there used to be a actual sculpture of the Herloon Minotaur that hung above the stairs that led down to the lower level, and it got bought by somebody. When they closed the store, they sold off all these things in the store, and one of them was this sculpture. I mean, big ass sculpture, like probably 20 feet tall, and it got sold to somebody that I know, who then needed help erecting it in their backyard, which, to the best of my knowledge, is where it still is to this day. And it's kind of like this Herloon Minotaur shrine in their backyard. It's got, candles and weird shit all around it now from various parties with crazy eclectic circus performer type whatever's people. I don't know. So
Yeah,
there you go. The Herlin Minotaur.
Kevo, he went into the hospital on January 19th, I believe it was, and he died February 20th from COVID. He spent that month off and on the ventilator. So because I have HIV, I could not go see him before he died. Although they allowed, the rest of my family went in, but it was just believed that it was too much of a risk for me, so I didn't get a chance to see him.
Too much of a risk for you?
Because I am immunocompromised.
Oh. But,
So.
I mean, shouldn't you be able to make that decision for yourself, though, if you wanted to take that risk? And
Well,
if
it was actually my father actually said for me to go. So one of his last acts was actually looking out for me.
I sometimes struggle a little bit with, so I haven't been in, I don't even know if I've ever actually been like in the hospital, maybe once when I was a real little kid and I broke my teeth. I was in the hospital, but I can't really think of any.
I'm sorry, you broke what?
My teeth.
Oh, okay.
I face planted while riding a bike, and I was going hands free because that's what you do when you're 8 years old or whatever. And I was going down this really, really huge hill and hit a piece of concrete. So Uh, and I went to the hospital then, but like in my adult life, I've never been admitted to a hospital, so I don't know what it actually entails. But my stories that I hear from other people sometimes make me very angry about hospitals. Like I want to avoid them because it seems like they have a disproportionate control over what their patients are allowed to do and the people that are visiting those patients. And I guess that if it was me and I wanted my parents to come in, I'd be like, fuck you guys, like whatever,
Well,
my taxes or
because
my
of-
insurance
because
or
of
whatever's
COVID.
paying for this, like let them
Right.
in.
And because of COVID, and because he spent the entire time he was there in basically in the ICU in the COVID ward, and they didn't want to move him out of the COVID ward. Nobody was initially allowed to see him, but my younger sister put up a stink, and the hospital eventually agreed to allow the family in. So I was planning on going. I was gonna go, and then word came from him that he would rather I didn't because he was looking out.
I mean that makes sense. Like if your family member asks you, but like the hospital creating those
Right.
restrictions, right? Which seems ridiculous to me because obviously you have a protocol in which doctors and nurses are able to visit people. Why can that not be applied to
In general, I
outsiders?
agree. In general, I agree. It's just COVID. You go in to visit somebody, and then you leave with it, and now you're a danger to everybody else. So but yeah, I mean, in general, I agree.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not talking like straight up biohazard or something like the CDC comes in and does a thing. I'm just talking kind of general hospital, but it's just not the soap. But it's just sometimes I hear stories and they just make me so angry. Like if a hospital tried to tell me to do that, I would be like, all right, this is not the place to fight this battle. I will just nod and smile, and then I will break your rules after the fact and whatever. But stopping people from seeing their loved ones or their loved ones from having the things that they want and things that they don't allow in the hospital, they do allow in the hospital, the hours that you can be there. Like if somebody told me that, oh, I'm sorry, our closing hours are 10 p.m., but your person that is literally gonna die is gonna, like, maybe they had a severe car accident and that they've got like 4 hours left and they're like, whoops, sorry, gotta go home 10 o'clock. I'd be like, fuck your face, dude. That's like my mom or my dad or whatever, and I'm gonna be there till they're dead in like 4 hours. It's not gonna hurt you guys, you know what I mean? But then they got like these stupid rules. And all of this is just things that are based on stories that I hear, because I've never actually, like I said, like I've never really been to the hospital or had these experiences. It's just like stuff that I hear from people that have, and I find it sort of terrifying, to be honest.
But the problem though is like Raven said, it's not a matter of just you whether or not you catch it. It's the fact that you go in, you get contaminated, and now you spread it to other people. Like the way my mom got sick, she's in a facility. They had some COVID patients. They segregated the COVID patients and the non-COVID patients, and then only the people who were working with COVID patients didn't work. Were segregated and so forth. But they had shared workspaces. They had like locker rooms and bathrooms that they were sharing. So the people who were working with COVID patients went in, basically contaminated those spaces, and then people who were working with non-COVID, they also got infected and then carried that infection to my mother. So it's not a stupid rule. It's heartbreaking because it obviously creates a lot of pain for people, but it's really not a stupid rule.
Well, like I said, like the COVID thing may be different, but
right. Yeah, I did get to say goodbye. It was just
good.
It was just on video chat.
That's sad, and I'm sorry.
It's yeah. I mean, it's not the same thing, But.
Yeah.
I would be incredibly livid if it was me. That would piss me off. COVID or not, that would piss me off. Like, that if a doctor can go in there and they can go in there safely, that there is a way for a civilian to go in there and go in there safely. And they're just, that would make me so mad. I don't even know how you dealt with that, because I would want to punch somebody in the face.
My mother was sick with COVID for 4 months, and I couldn't see. I actually didn't get to see my mother for over a year.
I would lose my fucking mind. Not okay. It would not be okay with me. I don't know. Like I guess I admire your guys' ability to handle that, because I don't think that I would handle that very well at all.
I mean,
You
you
know.
don't have a choice. I mean, the situation is what it is. I mean, the only way I could see that it could work is then if you went in, then you'd have to basically remain at the facility in quarantine for 2 weeks to make sure that you weren't infected and carrying it off to infect other people. I don't think that's really a practical solution.
Well, no, but I also don't think it. I don't think the solution that they have come up with is realistic either, right? I mean,
Well, realistic.
it's a blanket solution, is what I feel.
It's unpleasant, but I mean, there's really no other way.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who had to say goodbye through video chat, or through Windows, and that's sad. And but at the same time, I mean, it was the only way to keep people safe.
So Green Machine says, what resources are required for that doctor to go in safely? Well, hypothetically, the same thing that it would require for them to go into, I don't know, say a sterile environment in order to perform a surgery, right? So they have to go through whatever their standard scrub routine is, right? And putting on their gloves and putting on their scrubs and whatever. So I guess I don't feel like those things are impossible for regular people to do, or even really all that costly for regular people to do, especially if regular people wanted to pay for it, right? Like if I could pay to do the thing to be sterilized, but also we were at COVID times, we were talking a 6 foot distance with masks is what we were required to do in public, right? So if a doctor can go in there and be on and you do the whole scrub thing, put your mask on and you go in, I would still rather be in a room 6 feet away and do that than to have, a video.
Right, but I understand what you want, but the whole, like I just said, in the facility my mother was at, they were doing all that and they still cross-contaminated. So these are medical.
And like the Green Machine says, I mean, how many doctors and nurses ended up dying too, and even taking as many precautions as they could have, and having a shortage of masks at the height of it. I mean, it's and like Tommy says, a lot of doctors actually never even went home. They stayed at the hospital and they slept there to keep. To make sure they didn't spread it because of the fear of spreading it. I mean, it's just such a easy thing, I mean, it's basically a SARS virus is basically a cold virus. It takes nothing for it to spread. Once it gets out into the wild, it's nuts.
Well, I mean, I wasn't really specifically speaking about COVID when I brought this up, because right, and
that's why I said.
Yeah. Like COVID is a special circumstance, but my understanding.
And that's why I said. I mean, in general, I agree that sometimes the hospitals can be kind of strict and kind of like controlling of what's going on within their environment. Right. And sometimes
because they have like visiting hours and they're freaking Nazis about it, right? Like, what do you guys care if I visit somebody at 2 a.m. in the morning or 11 p.m.?
Because that's when they're cleaning the patients. That's when they're doing blood work. That's when they're running tests. That's when they're taking samples. They'll do a lot of that stuff at night or after visitor hours. I mean, that's why that's one of the reasons why they have those hours, so they can take care of the patient in between.
Right. Plus, at those hours, a lot of people don't have private rooms. So if you go into a room and maybe your loved one is awake, but maybe their roommate's trying to sleep.
I can get that.
Plus the fact that you're trying to keep the overall traffic down. There are fewer people on shift. There are fewer security people. So they're just trying to be able to manage the space better. And so having, not having outsiders there makes it more possible for them to do that.
I think that part of my objection must be somewhere grounded in expecting that people can be reasonable humans and not have to have kindergartner rules, but maybe I know I might be high hoping it on that one. I should know better at this stage in life.
Well, that's the thing. The rules, unfortunately, have to be set for the lowest common denominator, because the lowest common denominator is actually pretty big. There's lots of them. I mean, and the thing is, I've been in hospitals where I've overstayed the visiting hours, and if you're being cool, if they're not going to let you in at that time, but if you're already there, and I've even come like when it was kind of on the cusp, and they still let me in, as long as you're being cool. That they're not robots. They'll work with you. But the thing is, they kind of have to have some rule, right? You know, it has to be some cutoff. So and it has to be, whether it's always going to be somewhat arbitrary, but they have to have something just so they can not have the place overrun. The world is ending. The wealthy anti-natalists are throwing a party. Well, here's the funny part. I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were talking about the huge problem they're having in the Hamptons, because basically the Hamptons has priced anybody out that who's not making six figures. And they pay shit for the the low end jobs. They pay very little. So they're having even a worse worker shortage because no one that will work for the wages that they're offering lives close enough to be able to do it.
What's an
Anti-natalist.
Anti-natalism is basically the idea
that says
humans should largely stop reproducing, and basically the idea that the human reproduction is a net negative on the earth, because
yes, people who think everybody else should stop reproducing.
Well, anti-natalists generally don't reproduce themselves, but my thing is, if you really thought that human existence on Earth was that bad, you'd end your own, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have the ability to opt out.
Yeah, but they never do. So I wonder how committed they really are.
Well, I mean, I guess more it's about not wanting to add more people to the world.
Yeah. Look, Gary, I doubt your commitment to this.
Yeah, years ago, somebody had messaged me back when you could still PM people on YouTube and said, "Joe, you're a smart guy. How come you're not an antinatalist?" And I'm like, "Because I don't think life is misery." Because that's a big tenet of a lot of antinatalists, is the idea that life is it's way more misery than happiness. So that's another reason not to add more misery to the world. And I'm like, if I actually did believe that, I probably would kill myself. Which is why it makes me wonder that they don't.
I guess I feel like I don't know. I'm not too big into. I mean, while I like things that are green technology and trying to be conscious, put your recycling here and your regular stuff there, whatever. Don't litter. Like just what seems like common sense. I sometimes don't like this whole the green technology, and things like that, and architecture that is, that they have not really a lot in the United States yet, but if you look outside of this country, you find these architectural structures that they're just building that involve, plants and all kinds of ways to keep these huge places that people would live, being, almost enclosed little cities, right? That are far greener than anything that we have. And I guess that I look at this, I think those things are a product of this very society and all of these people that live on this earth that you don't like, right? So it's not, everything isn't bad. Yes, there are people that have abused the technology, but there are also people out there that recognize we cannot just sustain doing that, and we must find different ways to sustain, and that are working to do it, like whole hog. I don't know. I guess I'm
not following. I'm a little confused as to what your position is.
Oh, my position is that antinatalism is stupid, and
okay, I agree with you. Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
But just to say that this is the solution is ridiculous. That isn't the solution. Maybe we will find that the solution is, in order to get a sustainable balance of humans with. I mean, we're developing, like when you look at the fact that we're developing ways to live literally extraplanetarily, right? Like on Mars, on the moon, or whatever, we surely then have the ability to start living in what have previously been the unlivable places of the world. And once people do not have to be confined to just a metropolis, right? Or a huge area, and we can start spreading out, and we can do that in a way that's safe for the environment. It will improve so many things, right? You won't have this, massive pollution and condensed in a single place, right? You'll be able to have it spread out and manageable because we've learned how to manage the space that we have through the technology that the humans have come up with, right?
The only thing is spreading out is actually less efficient, though.
Well, it has been less efficient, but surely it can't be forever less efficient, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
the whole idea is that if the shorter, the less you have to transport everything, the more efficient it's going to be. So somebody a long time ago came up with the idea of the aircology. I don't know how practical it would be to make, but the idea is that basically you have these self-contained cities where all the products are produced in that city. All the goods, all the plant, all the food is grown and raised in that city.
Like terraforming.
No, it's not terraforming. It's literally just by moving the production and basically building the building such in a way that the upper levels and the outer levels are all where the agriculture is, and then you have all the all your manufacturing is done there. The idea is that basically if you don't have to move the stuff very far, the carbon footprint goes way down because it's all very close.
Well, yes, but when I say that we're spreading out means, and we've done this, we've tried these. Like I think Earth 2 was an experiment of this, in the 60s or 70s?
No, actually, just the Earth 2 was actually more of the ecology route, saying, hey, can we live in a contained world where basically we bring all of the resources and all the production and everything all in one place? Is that sustainable? That was the idea. It wasn't about spreading out. It was actually about
no. But what I'm saying is, once you have mastered that, then you can take that and spread it out. Right? So that we aren't having people that are just all in and then overtaxing the natural environment. You don't have things like Shanghai or Hong Kong, right? Which are just like enormous, like they're so overpopulated and condensed that what it does is it just strips out anything that would be natural there. Though I agree that yes, spreading out takes energy, but if you manage to be able to make a sustainable space, you then only have to expend this spread out energy once, and then that space sustains itself on its own out there. And it's drawing on whatever resources you have enclosed there and no longer taking away from wherever it was, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you wouldn't need to. I mean, the whole point is that if you keep the human density consistent, you could make an ecology as big as you wanted to, as long as you didn't. So I guess you would be spreading out in that way, but you wouldn't necessarily have to geographically go to a new place. You could, but you didn't have to.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you though? Why would you want to stay in a hyper crowded space? Why would you not spread people out evenly so as to not overtax the literal physical place that you're in?
Well, that's what I was saying. You'd have to maintain a maximum, whatever. You'd have to figure out what the maximum sustainable density was, and then you would just keep that.
Which I think would be different though for different areas, and it might actually result in different types of, I guess even maybe cultures. Culture is the wrong word, but I don't really know what to call it. But in a place where you're being sustained, or you establish a place that's pretty much self-sustainable, but say it's like a seaboard place versus an inland or desert place, I think that ultimately your outside resources are going to affect what your inside environment looks like. I don't think there's any way to get away from that, right? I mean, maybe there is, I don't know, but
well, I mean,
technology can do amazing things. So,
well, that's true. Yeah, I was a little confused at first because you said something about not liking green technology, and I was like, I didn't think that's what you meant, but
no, I do like green technology.
Okay, because I think you accidentally said you didn't.
No, I do. What I'm trying to say is people that are like these anti-nihilists
Okay.
They don't like technology, but it's the same people that they're against. They're like, just stop making people and that will fix everything. But really, it is the very people that they want to stop giving birth to and stop growth
I
population.
don't know. I don't know that. I don't know that antinatalists are anti-technology necessarily. I mean, some might be, but I've not heard that as one of their tenets anyway.
Yeah, that's just
Right.
what I was going to say too. So
I guess that I just perceive that people that would tend to be in that mindset tend to also be kind of these because their whole point of people not having babies anymore is to be, to make us be able to not be a parasite or whatever on the planet, right?
No. Well, see, no, these are people that it's more. I mean, I guess there are some like that, but the ones that we use, that like when we think of like in Mendham and some of the people that follow him or he follows, that it's more of like they think they're philosophers and they have this idea that life is suffering, and so it's very human centric. They don't really care about the environment. It's more of like human life is horrible because we all suffer in pain, and it's like, well, yeah, to a degree. I mean, but that's not all there is.
if it was though, when it comes to just how it affects the planet, I mean, it would make sense that people would be for newer green technology that would be less damaging.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I think exactly. I think any antinatalist who's interested in the human impact on the world would definitely be in favor of technology.
I mean, I guess you would think that, but a lot of times I just find that people that are kind of, in the mindset of humans are terrible tend to also be in the mindset of technology is also terrible, without giving thought to the fact that technology and people are constantly working to improve so that we aren't terrible.
Well,
right?
I think I know what kind of people you're talking about. I remember years ago, actually out in your area of the world, there was a conference on globalization, and they were like, I call them the crunchy granolas. They're like the far left, like the people who want to go out and have their peat farms and live in yurts and stuff. And they were, doing these protests and destroying stuff, being very anti-global. And I'm like, well, because they're basically blaming globalization on starvation in the world. I'm like, well, how the hell do you think that problem is going to be solved other than by globalization?
That's what I'm getting at. Like, that's exactly what I'm getting at. Like, the problems that they blame on, technology and globalization are only going to be solved by those things, right? Yeah. I feel like they've got a romanticized idea of what the world looks like without those things, because they currently live in a space where, we don't have tons of diseases. Bubonic plague isn't running rampant, for example, but the reason that is because of medical technology. That medical technology isn't even on the forefront of ever being talked about because it's so long ago been dealt with and eradicated, right? But if we were to just stop doing all of that stuff, those things would come back, right? Absolutely. They're just waiting at they're just waiting at the gates to get in, right?
And that's the thing. And like I said, that I guess I would say the people that we're talking about, they are probably antinatalist in their actions, but they're not philosophical antinatalists. If you know what I mean.
It sounds like the philosophy is actually different than maybe the activity of it, because the philosophy that life is suffering and therefore please stop having babies because they're just going to have a life of suffering too is really a terrible philosophy. What?
Agreed. I mean, but I think to your point, I remember one week we were talking and Jack was here, and I made the point about, communism not scaling because, it's fine for an agrarian society, but it doesn't really work in a technological society. And he had kind of expressed, he kind of wished we were less technological and more agrarian. And I'm like, yeah, but the reason why we produce literally 8 times the food per acre now that we did 100 years ago. And, or maybe it's 4 and 8 times what it was 200 years ago. But in any case, it's modern technology that enables us to produce so much food. And if we went agrarian, we would actually, you'd probably lose half the population would die from starvation.
Oh yeah, starvation, and we would actually experience a regression in regards to people. Basically, in regards to the evolution of people, we would experience at least some level of regression, because our technology, which has allowed us to make food genetically the way that it is, right? It has allowed us to do things like grow taller, have more brain capacity, and a bunch of other stuff that most people don't really know or even think about because it's your everyday thing. And those things are only made possible through the technology, the cooking methods that we have, the seeding, that we have, and basically plant and animal husbandry. And so without that, if that were to just magically disappear one day, we would begin to see through the next few generations a regression of people, their intelligence, their growth, and other such things, because we literally cannot grow. You cannot start a backyard garden that can grow produce and animals that have enough vitamins, that are healthful enough and filling enough, that the people who eat them, is enough to sustain the human brain and body as we currently are. We would start seeing ourselves becoming shorter and other such things. There's a really good book on this, and I don't know, I have it on my shelf, but the name of it is like escaping me at the moment. I could go pull it if you want. Anyway, it's actually pretty fascinating. So I guess I just feel like, yeah, they have a really romanticized idea of what the world would look like. Let's just get rid of money, and let's just get rid of, government and stuff and things. And
then when the water stops and the food stops and everything else stops. There's a lot of people. Well, that's the problem, is that most people don't know where all the stuff comes from. They really don't. You think about how many people actually know how water gets to their house. They have no clue. They turn the tap on and water runs out, and they're like, "Yay, water!"
They're having a conversation with you, and
you go to the sink and you turn the knob, and the water comes out of the faucet.
That's how it happens, Joe.
And if you don't move fast enough, you'll waste some down the drain.
Yeah, I was having this argument. This is years ago with some libertarian, right-wing libertarian dude, and it was about the whole idea of environmental laws and stuff like that. And my point to him, I was trying to get through, is that just because you're only polluting your own space, like the pollution doesn't just stay there. Air pollution travels because we have wind currents. If you poison the ground, it gets into the groundwater, in which case chances are you're going to poison somebody else's well in addition to your own. And he just couldn't get it through his head that, like, we don't live in this static state. Things, there's material transport, and things are constantly moving around. And so I said, so what happens? You go and put poison on the ground in your place, and due to the way that groundwater works, it seeps into my groundwater, or worse yet, gets into the aquifer. Now you've poisoned everybody's well. What do you do? If you don't have a court system and you don't have laws that say that you can't do that, how do I get recompense for the fact that you poisoned my well? And he was not getting it.
Did he just completely be like, well, no answer, or did he actually have some like harebrained response?
Well, it was a harebrained. It was boycotts, and I'm like, yeah. So that means I only get recompense if I can convince enough people.
What are you boycotting at that point? Like,
that's
what?
the thing. I mean, that might work against the corporation, but what if it's my neighbor? How do I get recompense from him? But even if it is a corporation, that means I have to convince enough people to care about my water. And if it's not, then you live across the country, you might not give a shit about my water because your water's fine. So what do I do then? So screw me, because so then my only recompense is I have to go and like shoot my neighbor or something, or have a fight, or have a fist fight or whatever. It's like there's no other way, because there's no system to compensate me or to sanction him. And I don't want to live in a world where justice is going around. Everyone's like shooting each other or punching each other in the face. I don't think that's a good world to live in.
Pistols and weehawking.
It's what would happen, though.
Yeah.
It is what would happen, and that's sad.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have greater faith in humanity.
I forget when I first started running into like atheist libertarians, like I remember it was I don't remember who the YouTuber was, but it was somebody who I liked and respected. And then he put out this video. It was like, well, who gives the government the right to, like, and he was actually basically saying that he was against courts. I'm like, well, how are you against courts? That's the one thing. That's one way we can guarantee our rights. If I've violated your rights, if we don't have courts, literally the only compensation you would have is to come beat me up, or that's not a good system. It's like the courts have the right because we gave them that right. We as a society said, yeah, we need this.
What did they want in replace of that?
They never answer. Answer.
They're just dodgy.
Yeah.
Who is Gary?
In Mendham.
He's my friend.
Yeah, Gary lives roughly equidistant between me and Raven. Excuse me.
He's interesting.
You never go full libertarian. Exactly.
Only small L, not big L, right?
Yeah.
I have a friend who's a pretty hardcore libertarian, like big capital L libertarian. And we occasionally talk politics and other such things. And the last time we were talking, because he was coming out here actually specifically to attempt this thing that's been going around the YouTubosphere, maybe, where you go onto government property that's publicly accessible, that doesn't have specific restrictions, like say Area 51, for example, or any federal government building like the FBI or CIA or something, but like the post office. And then you attempt to get, like, incite them without, you basically pull what's his name? The guy, the Fred, the religious guy. Gay people suck.
Phelps.
Phelps, thank you. You essentially pull a Phelps, right? Where you go there and your purpose is to be there, do nothing other than exist there, video recording them until they assault you in some way, and then you sue them for monies. And so he was coming out here to do this, where he basically just wanted to go and, First Amendment, rights, where I can sit over here across the street from you and I can film your building all day long, and there is not a goddamn thing you can do about it. I don't care how many security guards you send after me, right? But as soon as one of them even remotely comes unhinged, or a postal worker comes unhinged, or whatever, and boy, he got some stuff too. He got some footage coming out here doing it. So he's libertarian, and I was just saying to him, I was like, because we oftentimes share a lot of similar philosophies about life. But I just said, for the first time ever, I was like, as much as I would like to believe in the philosophy, the libertarian philosophy, I don't know that I'm convinced that is a sustainable method of government for a society, because people, ultimately can't function. You just can't trust them to function the way that a successful libertarian society would have to be able to trust people.
At the very minimum, again, we have to have a court system, because our rights are coming in conflict all the time. So we need some way to adjudicate that, so that my rights don't supersede yours, your rights don't supersede mine, so that hopefully we pass the laws in ways that do the least harm, so that in order to because the other big thing is always maximum rights. But see, they don't really want maximum rights. They want absolute rights, and no rights are absolute. So maximum rights really is actually a society where you actually have laws that say, okay, here's that line where one person's right starts to infringe too much on another person's right. And so if we draw that line and say, okay, you're allowed to infringe on the rest of us up to this point and no more, and vice versa. But they don't get that. But yeah, speaking of sustainability, that's why I wrote in the chat that one of the big things that vegans especially will talk about is conversion rates. They'll say oh, well, it takes 7 pounds of plant matter to make a pound of beef, and so we should be eating the 7 pounds of plant matter, which is a point which is, there's a point to it, but it's a little bit misleading because like when you start looking at like pigs and goats don't eat things that humans can eat. Pigs are generally eating scrap leftover from human food production, and goats eat brambles and bushes and shit that we couldn't digest in a million years, and they're eating it on land that's not arable for food that we could grow anyway.
And even the grain that they grow to feed to cattle, that's not fit for human consumption either, and it's grown
Right.
specifically for the purpose of feeding cattle.
Right. Now, some of that grain is grown on land that could be used for stuff that's human consumption. But yeah, in the case of goats, basically goats eat scrub grass and like stuff, and I mean basically in places like especially in mountainous regions, the goats go up higher than most plants will even grow, and they'll eat like the bracken and lichen and other stuff that slime that grows out of the ground. They'll eat anything. So goats actually probably goats and pigs are really the most sustainable meat because again, pigs are eating scrap food.
Possums will eat anything.
I've never tasted possum. I don't know if I'd be up for that. But there are people
seagulls.
They eat a lot of ticks.
Like out here, it's illegal to kill seagulls because they will literally eat garbage. So you can't kill them because they're basically scavenger. They help reduce. So
the garbage. But yeah, so I think if McDonald's started offering goat burgers, that would help lower the carbon footprint of the earth.
Yeah.
I feel like, and on that note, guys, like goat burgers, yay!
Have you ever had goat? I have. I mean, most Indian restaurants will have it. I actually think
really.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, I think goat's tastier than lamb. Lamb's kind of heady, and there's lots of connective tissue, and I really don't like lamb, but I actually like goat's actually pretty good.
All I can see right now in my head are Facebook videos of little baby goats in pajamas, and I'm feeling sad and terrible and morally conflicted over goat burgers.
What was really funny about little baby goats, I love seeing those videos too with them. They look so adorable in pajamas. But what's interesting when you watch them play with one another, they're adorable and they're also dicks. They're kicking each other all the time and jumping on top of one another. And
so kids, literally. I mean, I just can't wait till the day that we can just synthetically reproduce meat, because I tell you what, if we did get rid of all that technology and we were suddenly living in the wastelands, I would have to have the men's folks go kill the meat, unless there were no more of them either. And then I guess I would actually have to do it myself. But as long as I can get away with not looking the Bambi in the big doe eyes, buck eyes, before, killing him, I'm going to do that, because I will feel terrible and sad. Even if he still tastes delicious, I'll still feel terrible inside.
If society collapses and I'm hungry enough, I'll wring the little thing's neck.
Well, I'm not gonna die. Okay, so I'll do whatever it takes to avoid the death. But as long as I'm able to put a spacer of distance between me and the actual killing of the big doe-eyed thing, I will.
But and to your point though, I do love videos of little baby goats in pajamas. They're hilarious.
They are hilarious. I think the only animal actually that I ever took a bite or two and then was like, I can't do it anymore because I just feel so guilty, was turtle soup. I was in Louisiana. Not Baton Rouge.
New Orleans?
New Orleans, thank you. I was in New Orleans, and a friend of mine ordered turtle soup for lunch at just some little restaurant we were at. And I was like, turtle soup? I've never tasted turtle soup before, or turtles for that matter. And so when it came, he gave me a few bites, and after bite number 2, I was like, all I can imagine are big happy sea turtles swimming in the stream. Like, no, this is terrible. I can't eat it anymore. Like, I almost started crying because I just like was like, the happy sea turtles, and I'm eating them, and they never harm anybody. It was just ridiculous. So I was like, I couldn't do it. I don't know. But I mean, like, if you put a steak in front of me, I'm like, yeah, steak is excellent, right? Don't care. Cows, I hate cows.
I've had turtle soup before. It's okay, but I generally, I haven't had it in a long time. I don't plan on eating it because, like you said, turtles are cool. But yeah, cows, screw them. Put them on the plate.
I mean, maybe lamb
Pigs, though.
Oh yeah, pigs. Fuck those guys.
Pigs can be adorable. Pigs. I mean,
Little
some
pig.
people have pigs as their pets, and they're just as smart as dogs.
Well, that's the reason why somebody suggested to me, getting a pet pig. I'm like, I can't because I like bacon too much. Like I couldn't. If I had a pet pig, there's no way I could eat anything for it. I couldn't do it.
There's a song by James Taylor called Mona that talks about him killing his pet pig. It's pretty great. Like, he has a pet pig, and hypothetically it would have been a thing that he would have eaten, but it became his pet, and so then he felt really bad when he had to kill it, and instead of barbecuing it and whatever, he just buried it. And it's kind of a funny song.
My guy used to work for me for a while. He's Muslim, and he told me that, like, and I guess in Islam, one of the things you have to do is, if you're devout, you're supposed to raise a goat or a lamb, and then you have to slaughter it. Because the whole idea is that, that Islam requires submission, and it requires sacrifice. So you have to sacrifice something you love. And I'm like, that was kind of creepy. It creeped me out.
No, that's bad. That's a terrible lesson. What? To
and he told me it was really hard. He told me it was really hard too, because you raise it up, like over a year, and then he had to personally kill it. And he said it was horrible. He really hated it.
That sounds really traumatic and like a terrible, terrible religious thing that should be abolished. Yeah. And I mean, that's like the whole kill your son for me, please, Abraham. And I'm gonna make you do that all the way until the very last moment. And they're gonna fuck with you by putting a ram over here in this bush because God.
What if you name it motherfucker? So when it comes time to do this, it's just like, okay, I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, so while we're talking about the binding of Isaac, do you remember when Jesus Freak did a video talking about he hopes that if God ever challenged him to do that he would have the courage to go through with it. And I'm like, and
then made a video response to him.
Oh,
yeah. Well, and what was the Canadian? There was the one Canadian dude who always had the big disc microphone cover thing, and who actually like contacted the FBI about him. Yeah, so like it was a whole big thing.
Everything about that makes me so angry to hear. Like you hope that if God ever challenges you, you have the wherewithal to follow through on killing a real, actual other human being that you maybe know and love because of fucking imaginary Sky Daddy. Are you you're out of your mind. This is what in any other context.
That was what I said to him, because I was like, dude, how do you know that's who's telling you to do it?
I mean, and why? Why is that a thing that you would want to do? Right? I mean, I'm sorry, but if somebody came up to me and was like, oh, you need to kill your family and loved ones, because reasons, I'd tell them to go fuck themselves, right? Like, no, they're people. And not only are they just people in their own right, but also I care about them on top of that. And why would I every part of it.
Well, that's the thing. I made a video about it. I called the binds that tie, and basically the idea was that, well, some apologists have said that, well, it wasn't so bad because God wasn't really going to ever make him go through with it. I'm like, yeah, but my thing is, even if that's true, Abraham could not have known that,
right?
Or else it's not a test,
right? Just because you know that as an outside observer after the fact doesn't mean that wasn't a super fucked up thing to put somebody through, right?
Yeah, imagine the trauma of telling somebody that, hey, you have to do this, and like that's sick. And the fact that he was willing is even more sick to me, because if anybody told me, if I hear voices in my head and they tell me to kill my family, I'm not going to listen to those voices.
Haha, deep ashtray.
Yes, exactly. Seek professional help. Yeah, it was very troubling as to why anybody would think that was a good thing to aspire to. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the guy. It was Canadian. It was Jesus Freak was the guy who made the first video, but the one response was this Canadian guy, and I forget. I can picture his face. He was like balding. Well, it's gonna describe a billion YouTubers balding with a beard and glasses and a mustache, but his big thing was he had an overhead microphone and he had one of those disc. Raven, you have one of those discs thing on your microphone now too.
Yeah. Pop filter.
Yeah, so he had this guy had this big pop filter, and it was very omnipresent. It was like over the top, on the near the top, and because he had a big boom microphone.
The only one I can think of, I don't think he was Canadian though, was the Mud Broker.
No, I know the Mud Broker wasn't Mud Broker. It was some other dude. But I can picture his face, and Mud Broker had a big, full, thick beard. This guy had a very trimmed thing. But then he contacted the FBI, and then people got mad at him for contacting the FBI. I'm like, well, the guy did say he wishes that he'd be willing to do horrible things to his own child. So yeah, it's not out of left field to turn the guy in. Yeah, Mudbroker's still around.
I can't even fathom what would make people value faith in anything more than the very real things that are before you, right? Like faith in God, faith in government, faith in fucking anything. I just don't get it. It seems like such such an egregious level of intellectual brainwashing that it should be criminal to have indoctrinated people so incredibly heavily. Literally criminal. Like, how in any other circumstance we would not consider that type of intentionally shaping somebody's brain towards something. We wouldn't consider it okay. It would be exactly that. It would be brainwashing and coercive and all of the things that we in legal terms determine to be bad, terrible, and that make actions illegal, right? That make it illegal to sign contracts and do that, right?
I want to change the subject real quick because I saw something funny. Because we're getting near the end, and I saw something funny to kind of lighten the mood here. Steve Shives posted this thing. It's from Lasagna Del Rey, whoever they are. The Confederacy existed for 5 years. Golden Girls lasted for 7 years. That means Golden Girls is a bigger part of our history, and we should build statues of Blanche.
We should actually. Maybe Sophia, and of course Betty White. Yeah, like all of them should get statues. I agree. In fact, maybe we should replace Mount Rushmore with the Golden Girls.
Well, then it would be far less criminal for sure.
That is true. Are any of them other than Betty White still alive?
No, she's the last one. Estelle Getty died. B. Arthur died. Rue McClanahan died. So yeah, it's just Betty White.
I'm curious, how old is Betty White compared to the Queen of England?
Let me see. Betty White is 99. She'll be 100 on January 17th if she makes it. Queen Elizabeth II is 95. So Betty White's got actually more than 4 years, 4 years and a couple of months on the Queen.
Shit, she should be the Queen of England, man. I thought the queen was. I thought the queen was already 100. So
No,
maybe I need to give Prince Philip.
I kind of feel bad for Prince Charles, even though I don't like him, because the guy was groomed to be king his entire life, and his mom just won't quit. She's 95 and just won't quit, and it's like, dude, he's in his 70s now, I think. Prince Charles, yeah.
Oh, even if the queen died now, it would simply pass to the grandson.
No, it still, still goes to Charles, but he won't be king for very long. He's 72.
I don't think they would do that though. I think he would pass it on too, because why?
Yeah, he could abdicate, but I don't know that he would. I mean, remember he's trained for this job his whole life.
He has, but he may have also had to abdicate his throne rights when he married Camilla.
No, the only thing was she will be the princess consort. She won't be the queen.
Because there was drama there.
They've already worked all that stuff out already.
Hey, have any of you heard anything about Canada's Bill C-36? The new version. There was an older version that had to do with prostitution. This is a newer one, the same name, but it's a different. This is basically, they're trying to make it so you could be fined $20,000 for the first offense and $50,000 for each additional offense if someone is shown to have been saying something that could be considered hate speech.
I'm looking it up right now just so I can see what it says real quick.
Okay, summary. This enactment amends the criminal code to create a recognizance to keep the peace relating to hate propaganda and hate crime, and to define hatred for purposes of two hate propaganda offenses. It also makes related amendments to the Youth Criminal Justice Act. In addition, it amends the Canadian Human Rights Act to provide that it is discriminatory practice to communicate or cause to be communicated hate speech by means of the internet or other means of telecommunication in contexts in which the hate speech is likely to foment detestation or vilification of an individual group or a group of individuals on the basis of a prohibited ground of discrimination. It authorizes the Canadian Human Rights Commission to accept complaints alleging this discriminatory practice and authorizes the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to adjudicate complaints and other remedies. That wouldn't fly here, for sure.
No, it wouldn't fly here, but it's just interesting how this has come up, and I haven't seen that many people talk about it, surprisingly.
I haven't, because I didn't know about it. I don't really pay attention to Canada that much. See, like I had a conversation with a friend years ago, and they were saying, like, how Americans we don't really know a lot about the governments, what's going on in different places. And I'm like, well, not for nothing. I mean, we should, but we don't generally, because we don't really have to. Like, you can live as an American your whole life and not really care about what's going on in other places, and it doesn't really have an impact on the average person's life. Now, that's not a good reason not to pay attention, but that's why we don't, because it doesn't really affect us. Whereas everybody pays attention to what we do because what we do affects the whole world.
I feel like the thing I'm reading here, and I don't know where you went, I'm at justice.gc.ca, and I'm reading a little fact sheet on it. And I really feel like there's a lot of conflation between prostitution.
Oh, no, that's a different one. That's a different one. That one's from 2014. You got to go to the current one.
Yeah, I just dropped the link out there with the new one.
Oh, okay. Let me click the link. I'm sorry, because I was like, I feel like there's a huge conflation between regular prostitution and like exploitation. So, like minors and other sex trafficking types of things. Hold on, let me look here. You dropped the link, you said there.
Yeah, I mean, on its face, I mean, I'm reading the summary, so I would find it troublesome, but without reading the specifics, it's hard to say. So basically, I mean, it says, okay.
And basically, it has to do with an offense motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate based on race, national or ethnic origin, language, color, religion, sex, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or any other similar factor.
That seems like such a slippery slope to me on its surface. It does. It's a, to define basically what hate speech is, but
Yeah, to answer your question, Vegas, I don't think anyone on the panel is ape for that bill, at least based on the summary anyway.
I'm not loving that language, but then again, I tend to not be a fan of hate speech. Is just so hard because people say things when they're mad that they don't actually mean. People say things when they're mad that not only do they not necessarily mean, but that they may not even have any real comprehension of what the legality around it is. For example, teenagers in high school, say all kinds of stupid ass shit that they don't actually mean. They're showing off for their friends or they're doing whatever. Like, I just feel like hate speech needs to have some kind of, if you're really wanting to do that, you need to be able to show like a pattern of behavior where speech is coupled with action. It's not just talk.
Right. That's how I see it too. I mean, if it doesn't lead to some kind of action or you know what I mean, if it's just words, I am all for, free speech.
I mean, that's right. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, now the one thing that I need to read, more, closely is because it refers to propaganda. So the thing is, Green, it's not just like an insult. It has to do with if you were putting out speech attacking people with mental disabilities as a group, that would probably apply. But just calling someone an idiot does not seem that would apply.
Like, I want to agree with that, but I also think that we're talking about the law, and what that means is that there will be some, very not brilliant armchair lawyer out there that has a position of authority, in some place like a school or a college or whatever, that they decide that they know how that was interpreted, and then we're going to end up with bad situations that are in fact very infringing on people's rights. And the only way, once it's in place, to get that removed is for it to then be challenged in court. And how many people over, a small thing, maybe a small part-time job or whatever, can just afford to pony up and go, because my boss decided that this law, that defines hate speech, and that this thing I said on my Facebook was hate speech because my boss decided that that's their, how the law is interpreted. I mean, I could just see that happening, and it's one thing what law means in the actual legal system, and it's another thing what law means in the minds of, I don't know, Joe Blow who's reading it, right? Not you. Serious, but just like Jan Rando Calrissian, who's out there reading it, right? So Rando Calrissian. And I just think that is where the problems often come in, is that somebody who is a little Napoleon, they have their small little world that they have some kind of power in. They've read a law, they have no concept of what legalese is, what laws actually mean, and words actually mean, and legal philosophies, you know what I mean, philosophies mean, it, because that's not their thing, right? They do a different job in the world, but they pretend like they do. They think they do, and then bad happens, and then it requires lawsuits to undo it. And
well, I mean, the average person couldn't charge you. You'd have to be charged by a magistrate, but it's still problematic.
No, but people, there are things that you can do to people that punish them in ways that aren't necessarily legal. For example, you can, remove somebody from a job or a position, and these things can be in the interim.
that can happen whether there's a law or not. I mean, I'm an employer. If someone's
Sure.
spouting something that I think is going to create a hostile work environment, I'm probably going to let that person. Oh, well, at the very least, I'm going to have a talking to them, and I might let them go, because I don't want to have a hostile work environment and having my other employees, feel threatened or whatever. But that's irrespective of what the law is.
I've just
You know.
I don't know. I guess that maybe I just feel like I've just personally watched where in relatively enclosed groups or organizations of people, that the people that had an unbalanced, a disproportionate power were people that would read a law like this and then take it out of its context or interpret it in a way that basically goes like this: I'm offended and therefore that's hate speech.
Well, right,
and
but people can do that whether there's a law or not. I mean, the whole thing is that doesn't mean. I mean, whether there's consequences in your civilian life is different from whether or not you're going to get charged with a crime.
sure, but right now you can't really be charged with a crime for that. But if you were to enact something like this, it would broaden the definition.
Well,
And
certainly. But the whole thing is
dangerously, I think.
Right, but the thing is, people can make whatever claim they want. But the thing is whether or not a jury would first a grand jury would indict you, and whether an actual jury would convict you.
Sure, but in the meantime, your job might get wind of it, and your job might fire you, and any social clubs that you're in might decide that you're not fit for a position because there's this going on over here, and
but that can
I don't
happen.
know.
But that happens now, whether or not there's a law for it.
Sure, I just don't think that enabling it further is the way to go.
Well, again, I'm not agreeing with the bill either. But my whole point is that the ancillary you're talking about has nothing to do with the law, though.
No, I know, I agree.
Okay, so it's 11:30.
It is.
Anybody have any last comments or thoughts or anything before we?
Yeah, I do. I do actually. Deep ashtray. It's gonna happen. It happens. Joe just actually did that to me tonight. And it is what it is. It happens. We're all people. The only time it's an issue is if somebody ever does it maliciously. My sister got herself blocked by me on Facebook by calling me Robert James over and over again.
Oh, just like on purpose being a bitch.
Yeah. So
I'm
I said,
sorry,
okay,
that's super shitty.
Yeah, I mean, and I corrected myself immediately because I was like, it's a 12 years of habit trying to.
And those of you. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm going to cut you off only because I don't want the link to disappear in the chat as it scrolls. So for those of you who haven't been here the whole time, and all of you have, but if you haven't been, there's a link now in the chat that goes to my GoFundMe to help with certain things with my transition that I need help with kind of like right away. And I need another $150 to be able to make sure that I'm good and I'm golden. And that would be awesome if you could just click that link and drop something in there. If you've already donated something, it'd be great if you could do it again. I'm desperate, people. I'm not going to lie to you here. It is what it is.
Give money.
I will share your link into my Discord as well with my peeps. So, like in our whatever places I have, I'm happy to share it. So, I will do that, and we'll get you there.
I was sad that I slipped, but I'm glad that I've only slipped once so far.
It happens.
It's really hard. I know I've got a lot of friends that have done just straight up name changes, and if I knew them prior to their name change, especially if I knew them for a long time, I still slip and call them. And,
it's hard.
Well, like my old.
Go ahead.
Oh, my old friends, people who knew me have known me for many years, still will call me Brandon. So,
Why would they call you that? Your name is Kazoom.
I've never known you as anything other than Kazoom. So.
Yeah, me either. But like for those of you who know Apollos, his name used to be Jack. And even though I've known him way longer now as Apollos, I still in my head sometimes have to like you know,
That reminds me. I have a T-shirt from 2011 from the meetup in Philadelphia that I wanted to auction off, and it's signed by a whole bunch of YouTubers. I think Joe might have signed it. Dark Matter signed it. Jack Together for Peace signed it. A whole bunch of YouTubers signed it. And I want to auction it off. I just don't know how to do that without Blog TV.
Man, can I do that? I have a VidCon badge that's signed by a bunch of people like Sargon of Akkad and I don't know who's a shoe on head and her boyfriend Armored Skeptic and
They broke up.
Oh, did they? What? I thought they were getting married.
They broke up.
Oh, that's sadness.
He's I used to love his videos. He got weird.
Oh, what happened?
He's like grew his hair long and lost a lot of weight, and he makes videos about UFOs and stuff now.
Really?
Yeah, he got weird.
I mean, that's fascinating.
I mean, I still like him, but
I mean, when he started going out and seeing Ruta Sargon and all that, and with the right wing crap, and then they all lost me. I never really knew shoe on head, so.
Man, you just have me just thinking about just how much the people on the right want everyone on the left to act to consider the positions like Dave Rubin might. You know, that's the way you're a reason. If you're a reasonable person on the left, you'll be like Dave Rubin, and it's just sorry, I had to get that in there. It's just so annoying. That's some of the reason why I used to kowtow to right-wing views so much, because they had me convinced that I was that's how you're reasonable, is if you kowtow to the other side, and it's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, basically I call it middletarianism, because as I point out to people on the left who conflate, a lot of people conflate the middle and the center. They're not the same thing. Political center doesn't really move. The window may move a little bit, but you generally it's in a kind of a certain spot, but the middle will move, because if right now the right wing is way out to the right, so now the middle between the mainstream left and what counts for the mainstream right is so far out, so that middle is actually way to the right. It's way to the right of center. It's not in the middle. It's way to the right of center. So when I saw a friend of mine posted this thing about how like the right wing is for like basically like wiping out certain groups of people, and the left is not for that. So that the center position, the people in the center are, well, let's only wipe out a few people. No, that's not the center position. That's the middle position. It's a false middle. That's actually fallacious. And that's what they were convinced you into. They basically, it was appeal to a false middle. The idea that all opinions are equal, have an equal weight, equal value, and they don't.
I mean, like for instance, the notion that we should push for traditional gender roles versus people being able to be free. Well, we'll have the middle ground between those. No, there is no middle ground.
Right.
Or
climate
change, right? You're talking about climate change. Same thing.
Right. Right. And basically we all know that things are gotten so bad because we didn't take enough action in the last 50 years that, playing at it is not going to fix it. It's going to continue to, we might slow it down, but we're still going to be barreling toward oblivion if we don't take pretty severe action.
I'm just trying to understand what people think a middle ground is between, traditional stuff and gender roles and people being able to do what they want. What's the middle ground there? I don't know. Like, I want to hear something because my brain can't fathom it right now.
Well, it's the same thing with people who want to try to find a middle ground on abortion rights. Either you agree that someone has the right to control their own body or you don't. And, there's no middle ground there.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. There's no middle ground. So when they say middle ground, what they really mean is my way, under the guise of calling it a middle ground with a bunch of bullshit, fluffy words in there. That's what they mean.
Exactly. It's a fallacious appeal to a false middle that doesn't exist. You can have a middle ground.
Stop eating cows. Sorry.
I will eat fewer cows.
Even if synthetic meat becomes a thing and you couldn't even tell the difference. Like a pixie stick test or a Skittles test, they're all the same flavor. They just have different colors. Have you ever?
Oh, if we could actually have factory meat that was indistinguishable from like a cow, yeah, I'd probably eat it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, would you stop eating cows if you could get that instead?
A deep ashtray. I live in farm country, and I have looked a cow in the eye and said that. I have. I have. I actually was standing in front of a cow, and I would hold on to its head, and I said, "You'd make a wonderful hamburger."
Man, it's so funny. Sorry, go ahead, Kazim.
I was just going to ask if any of you had some of those synthetic meats, what the Impossible Burger or some of the others? I haven't had them yet, but I was wondering if any of you have had them yet.
Not yet.
No, I don't actually know what you're talking about. I've only had like soy or like turkey kind of like faux meat things. I like them, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Burger has a burger called the Impossible Burger.
And what is
this?
It's supposedly very, very similar to real meat, but even though it's plant-based.
What kind of plant-based?
I don't know.
Sure. I'm not sure on all the ingredients, but they supposedly have really synthesized meat really well. And
the one thing that I thought was kind of strange about it, though, I think it was the Impossible Burger. They're advertising it. Oh, it bleeds just like the real thing. And I'm like, that's the least appetizing part of eating meat. Why would I emulate why would you emulate the literally worst part? I mean, I hate, like, if I get a steak, I tend to like get a steak like either medium or medium rare, and the juices run a little red. I'll take like a hanker, like a napkin, and I'll sop that crap up because it looks disgusting. It's not actually blood; it's actually just protein, laid in liquid, but it looks horrible. And I sop that up. Why would you emulate that? That is the absolute worst part of eating meat.
I mean, I have a hypothetical answer, but it's just that I suspect that the same people who are like, that's the best part. What are you talking about? Right? Like, I love it when it's bleeding. Bring the live cow over to the table. I'll carve off what I want. Right? Like, I suspect that those people are the same people that if they could get the absolute most perfectly synthetic reproduced meat, would still make the decision that Raven has made, which is, I'm going to eat live cows anyway.
Right.
Because they have a sadist streak for me.
And for that matter, I don't really understand the obsession with like fake meat, because basically my thing is I've had vegetarian dishes and I have really had too many vegan dishes I thought were very good, but if you make it and it's good and it doesn't upset my sugar because I'm a diabetic, it doesn't have to, so just make it taste good. Don't worry about like making it, because they always try to convince me, it's just like the real meat. No, so far anything I've had didn't taste anything like real meat. The texture was way off. It tasted horrible. Just I've had lovely, delicious vegetarian dishes in Indian restaurants that are awesome. Make that stuff.
Just make a good meal, man. Whatever.
Exactly. And for me, even if I somehow got myself to go vegetarian, which I don't really imagine because I don't like vegetables too much, I could never go vegan because there's no way in hell I'm giving up milk, eggs, and butter.
Oh man, no kidding, right? Oh, cheese is a thing. I'm such a cheesehead. I love cheese.
There's a dairy that's out west of me that basically it's a guy who actually went to my college. He's a chemical engineer also, and he decided to retire from engineering and become a farmer. And what they're trying to do is ethical dairy products. So what they do is like the cows only produce milk for like 4 years. They don't take their calves away from them when they're born, so the calves actually stay with the mother for several years. So they found that actually allows the cows to live longer. And when they're done, they don't destroy them. They actually let them go out to pasture and just like continue to live. And they found that whereas normal dairy cows live like 4 or 5 years, cows done with this ethical form live like 20 years. So it can be done. And so my thing is, well, if I can do that, why the fuck am I going to give up the dairy products when I can get,
Yeah.
nothing is cruelty free. Even if you just ate vegetables, things are killed to clear those fields. There's all sorts of
Right.
stuff. So there's nothing is cruelty free, but it's basically as close as you're going to get. So there's no reason.
Yeah, if everyone on Earth switched to like a vegan diet, the amount of suffering that would be caused by that on a global scale from having to grow enough food to feed all the people on the planet, it would be catastrophic. I mean,
Right.
you're talking about rainforest loss.
Mhm.
That's nothing compared to what we would have to do. Yeah, meat is bad, but the other way just isn't sustainable either.
I feel
What
like
do you mean? Because right now we have to have so much crops so that we feed the meat as it stands right now.
Right.
So,
but those crops are grown on land that we can't grow crops on to feed people. Number one, and number two, the grain and the crops that we grow for animals are not, human beings can't eat it. It's not the same stuff.
We feed cows dent corn, and humans don't eat dent corn. It's not digestible.
So we would have to wipe out tons and tons of right now green, open, natural spaces in order to grow food. As if everybody in the world went vegan, we would have to. We couldn't do anything anymore. I mean, the world would come to a stop because we would have to grow enough food to feed everybody. It takes more food, like space of like crops and stuff to feed a person than it does grain for cattle, because we could grow it on non-arable land, and because it's junk grain.
Yeah.
In order to get enough calories as a person, it would take a lot of crops.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I mentioned the goats and pigs, because again, they're not eating things that people eat anyway. Yeah. Plus, the other thing is that meat is highly dense, so it's the most densely packed nutritional thing that we eat.
Yeah, and the crops aren't going to grow themselves. They're not going to water themselves. They're not going to harvest themselves. They're not going to, and all that stuff takes machinery, and the machinery is run, at least right now, is run on fossil fuels, and that is just burning more fossil fuels that we wouldn't need to burn. Or unless you wanted to switch to like corn, right, and use corn to power everything. But then again,
but that's way less efficient. That's not as efficient.
And also
it
takes up more land. And also takes up more land that you would have to grow for the fuel corn. So, I mean, there is no way to survive as as human societies on this planet without harming
everybody just went straight up vegan.
Can't do it.
I guess that I feel like my position overall, in an umbrella way, because obviously none of these things are just black and white, but I guess that I feel that the more advanced society becomes, one of the reasons that we continue to evolve and advance is because it then gives us the bandwidth as a society to become ever more sophisticated and civilized, if you will, right? The more time that we have, the more that we can focus on things like human rights and other such, mental health, all of these things, which if we just all, I don't know, did away with technology and lived in the hippy dippy world that we were talking about earlier, we wouldn't have time to worry about people, mental health at the level of intricacy that we're currently able to do. But I sort of feel like that one of the things of living in an advanced society, as we become ever more advanced, it is also our responsibility to extend our ethical and moral behavior as far as we can. So when we know that animals do in fact suffer, maybe they are not at our tier of intelligence level, but we definitely we observe them suffering, we observe them caring for their young, we observe that they get depressed, we know that these things happen, right? That the more we are able to do the thing we want to do without bringing the harm to the animal that is conscious and living a thing, I feel like that's our responsibility, like with great power, right? With great power. Yeah. So I don't know.
Well, a couple other things too with that agriculture. Here's one of the big things, like almonds, like nuts are a good source of protein as well. but almonds require 1 pound of almonds requires 1,900 gallons of water. It's ridiculous. So I've actually stopped buying almonds for that reason because.
And yeah.
But the other thing I was surprised
the way that we grow the almonds too. I mean, it's like a monoculture. It's mono farming, where it's miles and miles and miles of almonds. And number one, they're not going to sell all those almonds. Number two, it's bad for the entire environment around the farms where they're grown. It kills off bee populations like crazy because there isn't enough diversity in their diet. So like California is doing a massive disservice to its entire ecosystem when it allows almonds to be grown the way they grow. So
yeah. So it's the other thing I was surprised to look up. I looked up a thing that had to do with greenhouse gases and the sources, and it was basically a percentage. Agriculture is only like 11% of the greenhouse gases. Power generation was 23%. Industrial processes were 27%. So for all the thing, because what happened is it was on Tracy Harris's wall. She had made a comment about she was responding to some like right-wing Christian thing that was about congratulating somebody for doing something you should do. And Tracy's point was, what about me? I didn't have children, so I didn't, so I contributed less to the carbon footprint and all that. And then somebody in the chat said, yeah, people shouldn't reproduce, and if they do, they should be vegan. And then that's what started this whole discussion. And that's when I was like, well, if we, the fact that, because they were doing it on supposedly on the carbon footprint basis, and it's like, well, that's only 11% of all the carbon of all the greenhouse gases is agricultural. So even if we completely cut out meat, maybe we'll go from 11% down to 6 or 7, but it's still, that's a drop in the bucket compared to all the other things that are happening, which is why, at 23%, it's almost a quarter for power generation. That's really huge. And then same thing with industrial processes, 27%, a big chunk.
A few years ago, I did a video where it was a response to a video. It was like 100 reasons to go vegan. And what I did was I addressed every single one of their reasons and basically I rebutted them. Now, my arguments weren't all perfect, but some of them were actually really, really good and very well researched. Kazoom, you're leaving?
Hey, take care, man.
Yeah, I have to head out. There's some things I told some people that I'd be doing, so I need to head. But it's been great. Sorry I wasn't more talkative, but I'll see you all next time.
Is it weird to say that I think I've actually seen you be more quiet than you were, less talkative than you were tonight? I thought you were relatively involved tonight. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, then Then okay, good.
Yeah, we like when you participate.
Well, cool.
You're more than just a pretty face.
Oh, pretty, right? With this, right?
Yes, exactly. I was like, oh, full circle right there, all the way back to the pretty conversation that we had at the beginning. So if I come on the show and I do myself all up, but I have a beard, will that conflict you guys about whether or not I'm pretty or handsome?
Well, I could always just grow my half beard and come on.
I mean,
not even a half beard. I got here, I have, and over here, but like all this, like all in the middle here, I have nothing.
You have no Fu Manchu.
You could be the mutton chop lady.
Well, anyway, have a good night, everyone.
Bye. See, have you? Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna go back
I was about to just like take the junction at Bearded Lady and go off on it. So you should continue with your thought because I was.
Yeah. So one of the things, or a couple of the things I talked about in that video was, the issue isn't so much that people are eating meat. The issue mostly is just poor management of resources and greed. Like, because the whole thing was like, one of the arguments was switching to a vegan diet. If everybody switched to a vegan diet, there'd be less hunger. And it's nonsense. There's hunger, not because there's not enough food. there's hunger because we waste way too much food, and logistically, it's very difficult to get food to some people. And a lot of that has to do with greed, corporate greed. But I mean, there's more that we grow, and between the meat, dairy, and agricultural crops, we have more than enough food on this planet to feed everybody.
Yeah.
There's only because we don't really address it.
Yeah. Green was saying we waste about 40%. And you think about that, that's almost half of all the food we produce gets wasted. And what pisses me off, you said about the greed, there was a story that went national a few years ago. But it was just kind of, one of that, my examples of greed where school kid brought their lunch up, didn't have the money. I guess apparently their parents were behind on paying their tab. And so they didn't give the kid the food, and they threw the food away because, of course, you can't serve it to somebody
Fuck
else.
those people. That makes me angry here.
Think about how fucked up that is. So you didn't pay, so you can't have the food, but we're not going to give it to anybody else. We're just going to throw it in the fucking garbage. So we're going to waste the food rather than give it to you because, you don't have enough money. And what I don't understand is we already have, we have taxes, we have school taxes. Why the fuck are we not financing school lunches for everybody? So then the people who pay taxes will pay a little bit more, and then nobody has to go into that situation because it doesn't cost that much.
Something like between 20 and 30%, I think it is, of dairy is wasted. There's like 30 or 40% of meat products are wasted.
Yeah.
But like crops, it's like 50%. I mean, it's a massive number where it rots. It just goes bad. I mean, it's and a lot of that stuff ends up not even, the bad stuff doesn't even get fed to cattle and stuff, where it's literal waste. The numbers are outrageous.
Well, especially I remember seeing John Oliver did this thing about how much and it's a little bit different. COVID actually changed things a little bit on this regard, thankfully, out of necessity. But stores stock more than they need because there's a psychological impact of having full shelves.
Right. So
they stock more produce than they can possibly sell.
It's so true.
Just so it looks nice that they have. So instead of just having smaller, and they could just make the produce section smaller, but they don't do that, and they stock more than they can, and they throw out like half the produce.
It's not even just produce. It's literally everything. It's why you front face in every industry that you're in.
The reason why I say produce is because obviously boxed and canned things will last longer, but yeah.
But I mean that's a real psychological phenomenon. I'm agreeing with you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So one of the things, one of the see, you made me forget what I was going to say.
Okay, so going back to grocery stores overstock because of a psychological phenomena that people like to see full shelves.
It's too late.
No, it isn't too late. It's like going into a different room with you don't know this phenomenon. This is also a psychological phenomenon, by the way.
It is.
Yeah. It's why you forget. So, okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to tangent if you guys don't stop me. But if you want to hear, I'm happy.
Let Raven say what she's going to say.
Okay. So when you forget something in the way that you've just forgotten it, one of the good ways to try to remember it is to backtrack. So
I know,
because your brain does a thing.
Okay. So Mexican Coke, by the way, Mexican Coke is bullshit. There's no such thing. It's the same.
What are you talking about? There's no cocaine in Mexico.
Coca-Cola in Mexico. Everybody makes a big deal about it. That it's real sugar. It's no different. They stopped doing that a long time ago. It's the same.
Psychologically, people think it's different.
So,
but see, the other thing too with the I was saying about COVID with the waste is that what's interesting is I remember going to grocery stores like once things were back on the shelves again, because remember there was all the shortages and stuff, and I remember going through the aisles that were normally stocked, chock-a-block full, were only like 1/3 to 1/2 full, and the reason why is because they write it down so you don't forget. They started stocking fewer items, so they had fewer brands on the shelf. They started concentrating on like toilet paper. You normally would have like the really cheap ass stuff, and then you have the too thick 2-ply. Then you had the kind of the middle grade. All they were stocking was the middle grade because that's all they really need. It's good enough for everything, and the low grade is garbage and is a waste of paper. And so is the high grade.
Ugly produce. Ugly produce.
Also a thing.
When stores first started doing this, and I think it started in France, and there are places now all over the U.S. you could do online. There's places online. You can buy ugly produce. When they first started doing it, my thinking was, that's fantastic. That's great. They would normally throw this stuff away, but now they're selling it to you, and that way is less waste. They're selling you what used to be their garbage. Like it's a complete and total like it's a scam. They are making a profit off of their garbage.
Because ultimately that would have been a thing that they could not have sold on a regular shelf, but now they're selling it to you at kind of an upgraded price because it's delivered in a box to your door or whatever, and you get the impression that you're doing
a lower price. It's typically a lower price because they're telling you, this is ugly produce. We can't sell this on the shelf because this apple isn't shaped right, or
there's
this lemon
no way that buying boxed. There's no way that buying those things boxed ultimately is cheaper than going to the grocery store because they have to pay for.
Ultimately, I don't know. I know.
Well, but actually, some supermarkets actually sell it. Like we can get ugly, they call them ugly ripe tomatoes, and we'll get those. The thing is, though, is that it is still good that they're selling it rather than throwing it away.
I agree. It's still kind of a scam, though, the way they do it, because they were just throwing these things away. And then now they make this big deal about how they're not doing that anymore. Instead, they're selling it and making a profit. And it's just like, so they just found a way to make an extra dime off of me. Yeah,
but I mean, I've bought the ugly ripe tomatoes, and there's nothing wrong with them. They taste fine. They're really good for making sauce because they're awesome for making sauce actually for the tomatoes because you're gonna chop that shit up anyway. So what it looks like is irrelevant.
Well, I mean, any of it. What difference does it make what it looks like unless it's going on display? You're going to eat it anyhow.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're trying to slice tomatoes for a sandwich and you have something that's just weird misshapen, it might be hard to make nice even slices. But yeah, if I'm making sauce, I don't care. Just chunk it, or making gazpacho or whatever, I'll just chunk it up.
Efficiency is only good when it boosts profits.
That's what I was just reading.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
And, I mean, I'm trying. I don't understand. I can't tell whether or not that's being made tongue in cheek. Whether that's
basically, I think that's I think that's expressing the way business tends to approach things. And then Green added to that the opposite of efficiency is good when it boosts profits, which is also what business does too. If it works out that we can monetize something or squeeze another penny out, we'll do it. Columbia can go back to the original Ramsey. Yeah. There was a sketch on SNL years ago. It was Joe Piscopo. It was called "Put the Coke Back in Coca-Cola," and it was blaming the Great Depression for the removal of cocaine from Coca-Cola. Because I think they took it out in like 1925, and then like 2 years later, the stock market crashed, and so they're saying that was the real reason for the depression is that they canceled cocaine in the in the Coca-Cola. But I think we're at midnight here, so I think so we're on for 4 hours or so now.
You said like a half an hour ago, by the way.
Yeah. Well, and then I derailed his exit.
We had an interesting topic, so and everyone had some good contribution, so it seemed right to continue. But so
don't forget to donate to my GoFundMe, so that way on what day would that be? The 17th. The 17th, you'll see me with my nice long flowing hair,
cascading down your back.
I have a question. On the 17th, when you have your beautiful tresses, do we also get to hear the reason that you need these, the political reason behind this, or is it still secret at that point?
I hope so.
Because you put a fucking mystery out there at the beginning, and I didn't like it. I don't
Yeah.
like things like that because now I just want to know.
Well, that's what you get if you showed up before we went on air, you would have found out.
Why do you have to be a jerk like that? Why do you do this to me?
I've got to rub it in.
Usual punishment.
I'm just trying to encourage promptness.
Well, you're really talking to the wrong person. Like, even if I wanted to be on time, I am not that person. Like,
I hear you. Alrighty. Well, last words. No new topics. Just just last words, and then we'll sign off.
Yes. Yeah. She don't lie. Cocaine.
Raven.
Give me money.
And my last word, I will echo that. Give Raven money. See you guys. See you crowd next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.